storytelling. There's demonstrations in the arts and sciences. There's even Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Barony of Dragon's Lair. Today we are hosting our Yule Feast 2020. This year it's virtual because of the COVID environment, but we hope that even virtually we can commune or at least share each other's company and celebrate the season of Yuletide. We have the day filled with interesting discussion, classes, entertainment, lots of entertainment, videos, music.
Hello everybody, welcome to my Minecraft Let's Play. So today we're gonna be, we're gonna be doing all the jank shit, bro. We're gonna be
going on today. And then our annual Yule Feast Court happens at the end of the day. And we've even been graced by Countess Elizabeth and giving a presentation of how to prepare a feast, or at least a portion of the feast, which will be wonderful. We ask that you have a little patience with us. This is our first attempt at this virtual environment, and many of us have had to learn a lot in a short period of time. We've been graced by having some technically advantaged, highly intelligent people like Her Ladyship Kosem and His Lordship Marcel, as well as our Seneschal Kiar and our Web Minister Maynot. All wonderful people who have been extremely helpful in putting this together. And the schedule's been published. It will be a full day. We are a little bit ambitious, and as I said earlier, please be patient with us as strange things might happen and pregnant pauses occur every now and then. Please bear with us. And again, I hope the Yuletide season brings you some joy, and that we can come together even virtually and rejoice in each other's company. Thank you very much. My name is Orontius of Bickleswade, and I'm the virtual coordinator for today. I helped arrange everything put together. I'm not the heavy lifter on this, but I helped as much as I could. And I hope you enjoy the day. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. There we go. I am Ula Brenna's daughter. Welcome to Retinue 101. So a little history of me. I actually live down in the West now. I've been down here about 7 years, but apparently I'm still the Ontarian retinue go-to person because I still love my home kingdom very much. So retinue, what is retinue? These are the people that are behind the thrones at a kingdom court or principality or baronial level. This applies to all levels. It kind of adjusts depending on where you're at and the different players. There's no right or wrong. There's no like it has to be this way. These are all just tips and information that I have learned over the years. I've been doing some sort of retinue for 20 years, probably. Yeah, about that. We're not going to say just how long. And I've done everything from chief dog walker all the way up to head of retinue. And I may sometimes say head of court or court members because in the West, the retinue is called court. So I kind of walk dual lines here. But so the first thing about retinue is that it's an honor and a responsibility. There's a lot of hard work, but there's also good times, the opportunities to meet new people and to strengthen bonds with old friends. I will say probably a third of my really good friends I have met through doing retinue work. So what are the parts of retinue? Excuse me. So there is, generally there's a head of retinue. You can think of the head of retinue as a royal stage manager. They are the one that keeps things rolling. They're responsible for overseeing all aspects of the retinue and the royalty. And remember, I'm going to say king and queen a lot because that's what I have worked on. I have done a little bit of baronial retinue and a little bit of principality, but most of my experience is on the kingdom side. The head of retinue also often acts as a personal assistant to the crown. This is their, their secretary of state or their chief of staff, right? Other important parts, a scribe. A scribe doesn't necessarily have to be accomplished in the scribal arts, but needs to be an effective communicator and organizer and have a good network of scribes and needs to be trustworthy with confidential information. The scribe is often going to see award recommendations, all kinds of confidential information before the rest of the world does. So it's absolutely paramount that the scribe is trustworthy. Excuse me, sorry. A herald. So there's generally a lead herald that will arrange for court heralds when they can't attend an event, or if it's going to be a long court and they need, assistance. The herald also helps prepare court business. Again, trustworthy with confidential information. That person also sees award information before the rest of the world does. The captain of the Queen's Guard is often a knight or an up-and-coming fighter. They will schedule guard shifts, direct the setting up of the royal pavilion, packing the trailer, heavy lifting, running errands, whatever the crown needs. The court coordinator this is a position that kind of morphs depending on the reign and what is needed. This person could take and arrange court business, direct the attendance during court, who stands where, scheduling shifts behind the thrones, preparing the court area, so throne placement, tables, scrolls, making sure all of the props and everything is there, and we'll talk about props in a bit. And then directs the cleaning and the removal and cleaning of the court area. That's a big one for me because one of my huge pet peeves is looking at a royal pavilion after court, and there's like empty water bottles and stuff like that. It just makes me a little bit nutty. And again, trustworthy with confidential information. The scribe, herald, and court coordinator often see and know of award recommendations maybe months before the award is actually announced. So it is very important that that is kept on the download. Largesse coordinator. This is someone that receives largesse from events. They prepare gifts as directed for the autocrat, visiting royalty, local nobles. And this is a big thing for me as well. Writing and sending thank you notes for gifts received. This could be artists contributing gifts to the royalty. Let's please recognize all of our amazing artists, and not just with a, oh, hey, thanks, that's awesome, but like actually take the time to find this person's contact information and send them a heartfelt thank you note. They put a lot of time and effort and their personal money into things that they make for largesse. And as well as thank you cards for gift exchanges with other royalty, that sort of thing. Guards. So the guards will provide a ceremonial protection during court and throughout the day. But please, there is no need for anyone to actually give protection. Our royalty is not actually in danger of losing their life. There were times in the kind of the bad old days that it was a little bit more theatrically stringent. I don't even know if that's a right term, but it's ceremonial protection. And it is assisting people up and down the aisle during court. It is running errands, fetching people, assisting with carrying errands, pavilion setup, that sort of thing. And the guards report to the head guard or the captain of the guard. Attendants, ladies in waiting, lords in waiting, they attend the royalty throughout the day. That could be outside of meetings, wandering the tournament field, going to Merchants Row. I personally love to take the crown shopping. It's fantastic. Running errands, fetching people, that sort of thing. Ideally, there is one guard and one attendant per royal person, whether that's a king, queen. If they're together, you'll need one of each. If they split up, then you need two of each. The royalty should never be alone because of reasons that we'll go into in a minute. But that's why it's important that there are enough people to do all of these different positions. And behind the scenes during court, the attendants handle scrolls and award necklaces, gift handling, organizing, getting the royalty water, getting the herald water, all of that sort of thing. Campmaster organizes a royal encampment, contacts the autocrat before the event for layout, site expectations, that sort of thing. Cooks, this is not something that is always in a royal retinue, but I feel it is something that's very important. This is someone that is going to make sure that it's the care and feeding of royalty, because if royalty is hungry, they're grumpy. Just that's the way it is. And it is an important thing to have someone on hand to make sure that they are fed and taken care of. This is often somebody in the royalty's personal household. This is, somebody that they know and know well and they trust. Advisors. The royalty needs advisors. We all need advisors. The advisors are also a fantastic resource for the retinue as well. Advisors are often people that have been around for years, have a lot of experience, perhaps past royalty themselves. And they are a great resource for retinue. If something comes up and you don't know how to handle it, advisors are there for you as well. Childcare or dog care, if applicable. Royal reigns can be really hard on children. They don't get to see their parents as often. They miss their best friend's birthday party because they had to go to a new event. Again, that childcare or dog care it's usually a family friend, somebody that's consistent, somebody that this child knows and is comfortable with. Clothier or seamstress, they would design the clothing for the reign, assemble construction sewers and direct the process. That's kind of its own, I have a whole nother class on that. That's a whole separate thing, but it is an important piece in making sure our royals look great. Now, how do you choose retinue? They could come from royal household members. They could be from previous retinues. They could be inexperienced people that are recommended. One of the things I love to do when I'm head of retinue is reach out to barons and baronesses, local barons and baronesses, especially maybe some of the more remote regions, if the royalty plans to travel there, and say, hey, who do you have in your barony that maybe doesn't have any experience, but would be fantastic on retinue? And every baron and baroness I've ever talked to is or seneschals. They're happy to give you a list of people that are fantastically helpful. So things to consider. Retinue is what you put into it. You get out of it what you put into it. There could be, you could be that you are only able, sorry, I was just looking at the chat. I know I shouldn't get distracted by doing that. Excuse me. How well do you get along with the retinue? There's been a couple of reigns that I've been asked to work on. I'm like, I don't know you that well, or I don't like you that well. It's an important factor. And how do you get along with the royal household and the royalty's friends? Because they're going to be around a lot. Your personal family schedule. Does your work schedule allow you to travel? Can you take off early on a Friday so that you can drive 7 hours to an event? Do you have children or a spouse that will miss you? This, I will fully admit that probably one of the reasons that I am divorced from my second husband was because I was traveling. I was very involved in the SCA, and my husband just was not as involved. We're still great friends, just was something that led to a divide. So think about that and your commitment level. How many events can you go to? Can you spare time during the week to do pre-planning and organization if you're one of the, a head of retin or a court coordinator, or you have to deal scheduling or that sort of thing. And finances. Can you afford to travel? One of the things in Ontario especially, it's so big, and our royalty travels extensively. So can you afford the time and the gas and the hotels and site fees and all of that? It can really add up. I made the mistake of calculating it once when I was head of retinue. And this is an extreme. I will fully admit this. This were some of my very best friends, and we went everywhere together. And but I spend about $5,000 that reign of my own money that's non-reimbursed. Royalty gets reimbursement for travel. Retinue doesn't. So something to consider. You do not have to be that extreme. You can go to local things, and that is also a huge assistance for the crown. So what are the tasks? What are we actually talking about here? Court. So that's the biggest thing. Court is theater. All of us, those of us with theater backgrounds, we see this. We have to be organized, which means there has to be somebody stage managing all of this. Everything. So before court, things have to be organized. The order of business, gifts needed, any props or shticks or whatever. I've had to run to the parking lot at July Coronation in the middle of a coronation ceremony because the orb or scepter or something never got unloaded out of the trailer. That was, I got it back in the nick of time, but let's try to avoid that. Checklists are your friend. Make sure that everything is there. You need ceremonies, scrolls, necklaces, drinks, pens, 3x5 cards, a clock, a table. Everything needs to be organized well ahead of time. And there are some things to think about in court because it is theater. When you're handing things to the royalty, you're going to be behind the thrones. Always hand from the outside of the thrones. The herald will stand in the center, and that just makes it much more organized. If the herald is standing, here's my little fingers, like a little bunny foo-foo. If the herald is standing in the center and here's your royalty on either side, if you're trying to come in between the herald and the crown, there's too many people there. Excuse me. So always go from the outside and give the royalty a little tap or a little, nudge so they realize that you're there. Behind the thrones, this is the point where everybody takes a million pictures. So some of us have RBF. I have constantly, there's so many pictures of me where I just look like I'm angry at the world. That's not it at all. I'm just standing there and that's my face. So I learned that you have to think about that. Posture is important. No slumping, no unnecessary. Try to keep your movements even and smooth. You're the background. The retinue should not be the center of attention. Try to move quickly, but without losing ceremony. And just try to make everything look smooth and make the crown is the focus. So court as theater is really, that's again, a whole nother class. And I recommend Cormac for that. But it is an important thing that this is a part of the theater. So other things that the retinue does, lots of schlepping, daily tasks. Something that we joke about is that the crown's arms are broken. They should not be carrying, in the West, we say that the queen shouldn't carry anything heavier than a rose. And that it just doesn't look good to have the crown schlepping things around. There are some exceptions to that. King, queen, don't care which it is, their armor bag, helm, armor bag, sword, shield, that is up to them. If they ask for assistance, please absolutely help them. But I know several fighters and several queens specifically that don't want anyone to carry their own armor bag. So I also recommend a queen's bag or a king's bag. And this is a bag that whoever's on duty at the time carries, that has usually the queen's arms on it or some sort of identifying marker, and has things like a watch, paper, pens, tissues, lip balm, safety pins, mints, EpiPen, whatever is necessary for that person. And that helps in two ways. That helps for the crown to identify who their retinue person is, especially if there's been some sort of a shift change while they're behind closed doors or something. And it keeps everything in one spot. It's also important to know, kind of on the day-to-day basis, the camp layout and where people are. It doesn't mean you have to track everybody every second of the day, but to have a good idea of where this camp is or that camp is, the baronial camp, whatever. And that will expedite things when you are sent to run an errand, because you will be sent to run an errand. Thank yous. Thank yous are super important from the beginning to the end, at the event, after the event. Just anytime somebody is helpful or kind, a quick thanks, a quick heartfelt thanks will go a long way. We touched on this a little bit, the care and feeding of royalty. This could be getting breakfast to a meeting or snacks to court or handling dinner invitations. Sometimes big interkingdom wars, there'll be multiple dinner invitations that have to be juggled. Royalty also needs downtime and couple time. Reigning is very, very hard on a couple, and they need time. They need time alone. They need time together. They need time separate. It's important to give them that space. And whether that is a prearranged, hey, from 4:30 to 5:30, the crown is off, so everybody is off, and they're having private time. To something looks like it's gone sideways. Let's give them a few minutes. And watching what they're drinking, making sure they're getting enough water, and sometimes watching alcohol intake. I will fully admit that I have taken mugs away from kings when they were getting a little too far gone. Sorry about that. Care and feeding of self. So this is an important thing. You cannot help someone else if you aren't helping yourself. Put your own oxygen mask on before you put on someone else's. So get plenty of rest, get downtime, make sure you drink enough water, you eat, make sure you don't drink too much. Again, I've pulled my own cup away. I've had people pull my cup away for drinking too much. So it's an important thing. The things a retinue does also reflect on the crown. Like it or not, it's the way it is. So these are some important attributes of being on retinue that I will admit I totally stole from Dame Mira. She's retired from the SCA years ago, but she was the head of retinue for the first royal retinue I was ever on, and I learned so much from her. Be discreet. So the retinue sees and hears things that the rest of the populace is not privy to. You see people at their best and their worst. You're going to be exposed to confidential matters, potential gossip fodder. Keep in mind, it is not the retinue's place to discuss this with anyone, ever. You can have your own thoughts on it. Unless the crown seeks your input, don't offer this up. They have enough things that they're juggling with. People will also assume that since you're on retinue, you know everything and you know the scoop, and your bestie is going to come up to you and say, hey, can you tell me what's going on with whatever? Be polite, but say, you know what, that's not my place. I can't divulge that information, or I don't have it. Tell the truth, lie, maybe lie, obfuscate the truth. How's that? Be prepared. You never know what is going to come up. Murphy's Law is going to happen. Something is gonna go haywire. It's just the way it is. So again, that's the familiarize yourself with the site, where people camped, where are the bathrooms, meetings, etc. Especially indoor events, it can get very confusing if there are multiple meeting rooms and there's a royal ready room and there's all these different places and nobody knows who's where. It just takes 10 minutes to walk the site and figure out where things are at. Roll with whatever happens. A great example years ago was a Kingdom event, and it was an arts and sciences event. We opened up the morning court, and we were going to go into the arts and sciences presentations and competitions for the day. Court was closed. The crown started to process back out of court, and a knight jumped into the aisle, dropped to his knees, and declared that he needed to swear fealty. He was unable to swear fealty previously, so we reset and the crown went back to the thrones and opened court back up again. He swore his fealty, and we went on. That was an extreme example of, whoa, somebody just threw a complete monkey wrench into what we were doing, but you just got to roll with it. Be alert. Be aware of what's going on around you. Sometimes the crown needs to conduct a conversation in private. If so, discreetly keep people away. Try not to look like the imposing brute and standing there with your arms crossed, but there are facial cues and body stance that you can use to let people know that that's a time they don't want to be disturbed. I really recommend establishing a signal with your crown that is the get me out of here signal for them. And this could be something like twirling a ring or, fidgeting with something. And that is a signal for you as retinue to come in and say, Your Majesty, it is at 9:35. You have to go sign scrolls in 10 minutes. And that gives the crown the ability to get out of a situation gracefully, or say, oh, okay, I'll be right there, and finish the conversation. It leaves the choice up to them, but gives them an out if necessary. It is much better for retinue to be perceived as rude than the crown to be perceived as rude. So if you might have to shoulder that burden, it's just something that comes with the territory. The crown really appreciates that, though. Be an example. What you do and say will reflect on the crown, especially if the observer doesn't approve of your behavior. Behave as if you're always being watched and judged, looked and act the part of a royal court. That is verbatim from Dame Mira, because it's absolutely true. It may not be intended, but the retinue reflects back on the crown. Be neutral. The same token, what you say can be construed as the opinion of the crown. Be careful discussing your opinions in an open forum, including Facebook, email lists, Discord, whatever, because people might think that your opinions are that of the crown. Be courteous. There are people that will want to ask you a question or want to speak to the crown. If you want to talk to the crown, politely get the person's name, their business, and how long they think that they are going to need. Write this down. That's where the pen and paper in the bag come in handy. And ask them to wait while they check the crown's schedule. Sometimes the crown has time to see them. Sometimes they right then. Sometimes they have to shuffle it to later. Sometimes there's just no room in the schedule at all. Whatever the decision, make sure to respect the person that is requesting that. For many people, approaching the crown or their representatives to present a gift or a request something, it's a rare occurrence. It should be treated with full attention, respect, and assistance. Be human. Remember that the crown is human too. There are times that they are hot, cranky, tired, late, have to pee, whatever. Don't expect them to be perfect. At the same time, and give them the space and the grace to have that experience. at the same time, if you are hot, cranky, tired, hungry, have to pee, whatever, get somebody to relieve you. You don't have to be on all the time. Sometimes a short break is all you need. Just 10 minutes, walk around the site, come back, and everything's better. Be honest. If you have an issue with a member of the retinue or the crown, don't let it fester. And if you don't feel like you can talk to it directly with that person, don't discuss it with others openly. I mean, obviously your confidants are great, but talk to the person honestly in private if possible and see if you can work it out. If you feel a mediator is needed or it doesn't resolve the issue, talk to the head of court or a royal advisor, someone that can assist with the problem. And there is no problem too big that we can't solve. We can do anything if we put our minds to it. Be generous. Share both the work and the breaks. This keeps people from burning out and feeling unnecessary. There's plenty of work to be done. There is no need for someone to be a martyr and stand a 6-hour guard shift. There's just no need for that. There are always plenty of people, and if there aren't enough people, then whoever is head of court should be, and I have a whole nother class on head of court, but should be asking for help from the local people and assistance. And here's the most important thing about retinue. It will end. There are a lot of perks to being on retinue and the responsibilities, but at the end of the reign, it all ends. The privilege of knowing when things are going to happen and what awards are going to be given is gone. The people that you became close to during the last 6 months or 2 years or whatever, if it's a baronial retinue, now that you're not the chief lady in waiting or whatever for a court, they're going to go out. Sometimes they're going to go find the next shiny thing. And that's okay, because maybe you didn't need those friends anyway. My personal opinion there. I always joke when I am no longer on a royal retinue that I am my first couple of events back. I feel like I am unemployed, I'm homeless, and I wander aimlessly because I'm not camping in the royal encampment. I don't have anything to do with my time. I'm able to reconnect with friends that I haven't seen for 6 months, but it definitely feels a little weird. So that's definitely something to consider. Sorry, I skipped over part of my notes. So how do you get on retinue? Retinue is, you can get onto a retinue in multiple different ways. It could be someone that recommends you. It could be, someone's heard great things about you. There was a question in the chat: what jobs are usually assigned to first-time retinue? First-time retinue, up-and-coming fighters usually are assigned as a guard, and others are assigned as an attendant, a lord-in-waiting, lady-in-waiting. And these are the backbone of a retinue. And this is what makes it actually run and keep running. You can look at the head scribe, all of the kind of section heads are necessary as well, but you can't do it yourself. We really have to have the backbone, which is those new, newer retinue people. They are the lifeblood. So if you are interested in being on a retinue, since this is a baronial level event, I highly recommend you start with talking to your baron and baroness. I'm sure they would be happy to find a place for you either on their retinue or give you, if not a permanent spot, then I don't mean to, put you two under the, under the gun here, but even just a couple of hours of a shift or two, and it will give a flavor of what the retinue is like. The more you do, the more involved you get, the deeper in you get. But that's really the best place to start, in my opinion, is baronial retinue, because it's a low point of entry. That didn't sound the way I meant it to, I think, but it is a lower commitment level than a crown retinue, especially if it's kind of a day of sort of thing. And if you have organizing skills, if you have scribal skills, if you have did I already say sewing? Costuming. Offer yourself. I'm sure that your Baron and Baroness would love to have that. One of the great things about Ontier is the charter system. And I'm not sure if you guys do it on a baronial level or if all of your scrolls are original, but for scribes, a great point of entry into retinue is charter painting and calligraphy. If you can do calligraphy, being able to put names onto scrolls on site is a fantastic resource. For those of us that can't, write our name out of a paper bag, absolutely important. I'm going to go back a little bit to court. So court is a really big part of what the retinue does. And there are a couple things to consider. I already did mention the, as being theater, be part of the background. There are considerations in that regard. A couple of, and this is where an in-person class is usually a lot better because I actually do a little bit of role playing here. But when you are, for example, handing something to the crown, you're going to do this from the side. They are going to be seated. You're going to be standing. This gives you a height difference. So there's a couple of things that you can do. Those of us that are shorter, we have an advantage here. We can just kind of bend our knees a little bit so that maybe our heads are a little bit closer to level. Ladies, this is a thing I learned personally. If you're wearing a low cut dress, like a cote hardie or something, don't lean over to hand something to the crown. That is just maybe more than anyone needs to see. There's a fantastic picture of me for exactly that, doing exactly that. And I'm like, oh, I'm never doing that one again. And again, there are so many pictures taken of the thrones and court. Invariably, if you are adjusting your glasses, or I have a nose ring and I play with my nose ring all the time, and looks like I'm picking my nose, just try to be aware of that. Other court as theater things, court should move along. So that's one of the reasons for a clock. A good court coordinator can put out set the court agenda and keep it moving. If somebody isn't there when they're called into court, you move to the next one immediately. You don't wait 5 minutes for them to get fetched from camp. If you have, this is more specific to royal courts, but peerages. Peerage ceremonies can take a very, very long time. And it is a special moment. You want that to have the gravitas necessary, but it needs to also just keep going, right? So have a clock behind the old Ontier thrones were great for this because there was like a ledge in the back and you could put a little clock back there that everybody could see. Just keep it moving. And if things are taking longer than a couple of minutes, then move on to the next thing. Looking through the chat, if anybody has any questions, that's why I try to do this live, is there's always questions that I don't think of. So if there are questions, please feel free to pop them into the chat, either if you're in the Zoom with me or on YouTube, and I will do my best to answer them as I can. Sorry, I thought something popped up. Oh, you can move Q&A to off the YouTube. Oh, that's even better. Since we're all oh, I see what you're. Okay, so in the Zoom chat, the question is, what jobs are usually assigned to first-time retinue? And you're right now. You're absolutely right, Michelle. It is really hard to do that virtual events, because right now, I mean, the Baron and Baroness are sitting in their living room or kitchen or something right now, so there's really no way we can help them. So yeah, there's not a huge amount of work for retinue to do right now. That's going to change as soon as, well, all of this goes away. Are there any other questions that can pop up? Otherwise, I am going to put my my email address, and you can always reach me on Facebook as Ulla Paulsen. I'll also put my email address into the chat on YouTube, as well as a link to my my blog that has this is written up as a handout, class handout on there. I'm happy to help with anything. Retinue is kind of my jam. I love it. And it's such an important piece of what we do. And this is, again, as a live class, it works better so that I can do actual role playing and answer live questions. But that is all I have. I'm actually shorter on time. That's what happens when there's no Q&A. But I think we are good to go. I'm going to thank Dragon's Lair so much for inviting me. One quick thing, I'm actually getting out of the on-tier retinue class teaching business. I was just speaking to my former protege, now Pelican in her own right, Lizette, and starting, well, pretty much now I have one more class scheduled for Lionsgate in a month. But after that, I'm going to ask Lizette to start teaching this class for all of on-tier. It makes more sense because retinue is a constantly changing thing, and I haven't done it up there for 7 years. So anyway, it's good to see everybody, and I will stay in this Zoom over here if anyone has any other questions. Bye.
marching through the crowd. For he who bears my favor, swords and armor cry out loud. And I fight, my voice is quaver, chivalric and courageous. He brings honor and renown as he fights for the crown. The scars of battle past, I know them so well. The wounds may not last, but they haunt him, I can tell. Still he knows no fear, he will defend my name. This is how I show him that I will do the same. With every thunderous blow, my heart feels the reverberation. Still my fears I must not show, for I am his inspiration. How can I inspire if he sees the fear in me? For his sake I must believe. The scars of battle past, I know them so well. The wounds may not last, but they haunt him, I can tell. Still he knows no fear, he will defend my name. This is how I show him that I will do the same. And although I am so proud, still I wait for the day he comes home, where he will be safe and sound, where he is my own once more, once more, my own once more. He calls me his inspiration, but truly it is he who inspires me. He calls me his inspiration, but truly it is he who inspires me. Him I can tell, still he knows no fear, he will defend my name. This is how I show him that I will do the same. The scars of battles past, I know them so well. The wounds may not last, but they haunt him I can tell. Still he knows no fear, he will defend my name. This is how I show him that I will do the same. Truly it is he who inspires me.
English words are mine, following the original poetic forms of the French based on a literal translation. Madame, I mis mon coeur et mon penseur, non partirai à nouveau. Madame, I mis mon coeur, si mon surprise vers où vient éclair. Madame, I mis mon coeur et mon penseur. To my love I pledged my heart, my soul and my mind. Seldom, seldom shall we part. To my love I pledged my heart. Grey eyes charmed me from the start, so laughing and kind. To my love I pledged my heart, my soul and my mind. Madame, I mis mon coeur et mon penseur, non partirai à nouveau. Madame, I mis mon coeur, si mon surprise vers où vient éclair. Madame, I mis mon coeur et mon penseur.
Hi, I'm Gwen the Potter from the Kingdom of Ontir in the Baron of Dragon's Lair. Today I'm doing a demo on how to throw a medievally inspired jug with a pie foot. These jugs were used extensively all through Europe and Britain throughout the Middle Ages. Here are several paintings and illustrations by medieval artists, which show representations of different kinds of jugs with the pie foot. And here are some photos of extant examples from various museums. Here's one of the jugs that I've made. It's a nice large jug, suitable for storing liquids or even dry goods. I could use a piece of waxed linen or even a large cork to seal it. The pie foot is mostly a decorative aspect, although it can keep the jug from tipping on an uneven surface. See that the pie foot is created by just pinching the clay at the foot with the thumb and the forefinger. These are actual shards from a drowned village called Valkenes in the Netherlands. The shards date no later than 1400 and show clearly the pie foot base. Here are the various tools that I use for throwing. Sponges, needle tool, wooden knives, ribs, wire tool, and various looped tools for trimming. Clay is composed of earthy material and silicates. While it's being formed, it creates platelets, and the platelets in the clay are all over the place. So what we need to do to line up the platelets to make it easier to throw with is wedge the clay. Wedging also removes air bubbles in the clay, so that also makes it easier to throw and helps you when you're trying to center it. It's really difficult to center a piece of clay that has a bunch of air bubbles in it. Plus, air bubbles left in a vessel could cause thermal trimming in the kiln, which is when an air pocket gets heated up and expands while it's being fired, and the clay could flake off, or it could cause a mini explosion in the kiln. So we don't want that, so we wedge. Okay, wedging is just a matter of pushing the clay in on itself to get rid of air bubbles and to line it up. In this particular wedging style, I'm pushing only on one side, and my other hand is just steadying it. When I'm done wedging, you see the reason it's called wedging is it kind of looks like a wedge when it's actually a cone. But at the bottom of the cone, you have these spirals that we have to get rid of because they will trap air once I slam it onto the wheel head. So I push the clay in on itself to remove any air pockets to keep it from trapping the air. Pushing from the outside to the inside so that you're pushing the air out as you go. And I smooth it end up with a nice cone of clay with a rounded bottom, nice and smooth, ready for me to throw on the wheelhead. Now we're ready to start throwing. Now that the clay is wedged and all the wrinkles have been sealed up, we are ready to throw. The act of making a pot on a wheel is called throwing. The term to throw comes from an Old English word, throwen, which means to twist or turn. The bottom of the wedge of clay needs to be rounded in order to adhere properly to the wheelhead. I smack the clay onto the wheelhead and then tamp around it to ensure that the clay does not shift when I start sintering. Sintering is a process of forcing the clay on the wheelhead into the middle. Without sintering, it is really difficult to form a pot. I use my whole body when sintering, because if you just use your hands, the clay will push you around. I triangulate with my elbows firmly into my sides, and I push against the clay with my entire body. After sintering, I open the clay up with my hand, again triangulating for the most strength and control. I don't move too fast. You always move just as fast as your wheel is turning to avoid torque. I go a bit slower when opening, and even slower when forming the vessel. I make several passes to get to the height that I need, pulling the clay from the bottom to the top. I exert a lot of pressure on the bottom, but let off the pressure as I near the top, where the clay is not as thick and is more delicate. The wheel is going pretty slow at this point, and this is not the time to rush. It is easy to get the clay off center by going too fast. Make sure there's no water standing in the bottom. Now that I have the height, I can start shaping by pushing on the inside with a rib and finishing on the outside with my hands. Then, after I get the shape close to what I'm looking for, I collar the neck in. My hands need to be very wet so that they don't stick as I push the vessel neck back into the center. This process makes the walls thicker, and I will go back in and pull more clay up to make a longer neck. When the rim gets too uneven, I will use a needle tool to cut the top off and even it out. and continue collaring the neck in until I get the diameter where I want it, and then use the needle tool again to even the rim. Here I do another pull to make the rim thinner, because it became thicker as I collared it in. One last trim before forming the rim. This pot has a folded over rim to give it strength and to mimic the look of the pots in period. I pull the top of the rim thinner and then fold it over onto itself, making sure it is very wet when I fold and that I fold from the top to the bottom so that no air bubbles are caught in the fold. Then I do a little more shaping of the neck, and the pot's just about ready. I'll use a rib to scrape off excess clay and water on the sides so they don't have drips. It also aids in additional shaping. Then, using a wooden knife, I create a channel at the base of the vessel and run a wire tool against the wheel head. Using the wire tool is just about the only way to remove clay from a surface. Then I'll pry the entire bat off the wheel head, set the pot aside to dry until it is leather hard. Leather hard resembles the texture of leather, and it is at this stage it can be trimmed. To trim the jug, I use a modern implement called a Giffen grip, which automatically centers the pot onto the wheel. I have my electric assist kick wheel set up to do trimming most of the time. I choose the proper length of pins for the height of the vessel, place them in the sliders, and put the pot on the wheel head upside down. After tightening the pins, which centers the pot, I can begin trimming. You have to be careful with tall pots. It's easy to throw them off center. As you can see, I threw it off, so I have to recenter it. Still not quite there. I tap on the pot to listen to it, gives me an indication of how thick it is so that I know how much to trim off. Pots in the Middle Ages were not necessarily trimmed. They, for the most part, were thrown to the thickness they needed to be. This one is close, I just need to take a little bit off before forming the foot. I use a loop tool to remove the excess clay. This pot is just at the right dryness, and the clay comes off in continuous strips. This is also an opportunity to do more shaping as I go. Now that it's trimmed, I can do the pie foot by pinching the clay together around the bottom. I have to make sure that to leave enough at the bottom in order to do this. The last step is to make and apply handles. I wedge up just a bit of clay to form a little loop handle for this pot. After wedging, I slam it against the work surface, pulling it into an elongated shape. Then, using water or slip, I hold the lug of clay in one hand and pull the clay with the other, using plenty of liquid. By turning the clay, I can form the shape I want for the handle. The trick is to use a smooth movement to get a nice even handle. I always do more than one to give me an extra in case I screw it up. Now I need a little bit of slip, which is water and clay mixed together. I use the same clay that I'm working with so that it dries to the right color and consistency. And take the pot and determine where the handle will be placed. And I'll score those places with the needle tool. Usually it's attached one end on the rim and one on the shoulder of the jug. After scoring, you apply slip. The point of applying the slip is to enable a good weld between the wet handle and the leather hard pot. cut the handle to length. Flatten out the end that's going to get attached to the rim, and then apply it firmly to the top. And then the bottom. After it's applied, I'll smooth out the clay and do a little shaping of the handle. I want to make sure that the weld is very secure so it doesn't pop off of the pot during firing. Finally, just a bit of cleanup, and the pot is done, ready to dry and then to glaze if preferred.
I'm going to tell you a story. Like most Norse stories, it's not a happy story. This is the story of a young woman named Hildur. Hildur was a thrall, or a slave, in the household of a prominent Norseman in a place we call Iceland. She wasn't always from Iceland. She came from somewhere else, but she doesn't remember. She was so young when she came here. This is all she knows. Hildur spends her days cooking and cleaning, sewing, weaving, tending the flocks, tilling the fields, and doing whatever Hildur was asked to do, because Hildur is a slave, and that is what slaves do. She owns nothing, not even the clothes on her back. Those can be taken from her at any time. She longed to be able to sing when she wished to be able to speak her mind, to be able to dance. But she is a slave, and those things are not for her. Sometime later, poor Hildur found herself to be with child. But as a slave, she cannot have a child. Who would look after the child? She cannot. She is too busy. Another slave to look after her child? No, they have their duties as well. No one would adopt the child of a slave. And she couldn't kill the child because the child is a thrall too, and therefore is owned by her master. If she killed the child, then she too could be killed. So what was poor Hildur to do? So Hildur made a decision. She took the child out into the fields, and then up into the forest's mountains. And there she gave the child the only gift she could give, the one and only thing she had, though even that was not her own, and that was the clothing on her back. So she took off her dress, the one nice thing she had, and she wrapped the child in that dress, and then, laying a kiss on his forehead and placing him gently on a little hillock covered in grass, she left him there, with the hope that maybe the trolls or the elves would adopt the child and take them in as one of their own. And then, sadly, Hilda returned to home and went back to her duties as a thrall. But the memory of her child was never far away. She would never forget. Sometime later there came news that there was going to be a party, and the entire village and all the houses around were invited, including the thralls. Now, Hilda had never been to a Vikivaki before. She'd never been invited, but this time everyone was invited, and she was so excited to go. Finally, she would be able to hear the singing and maybe sing herself. She'd hear the poetry and maybe recite some that she's written herself. She could watch the dancing and maybe be able to dance herself. She was so excited, and then she remembered. I have nothing to wear, she said to herself. I gave the one and only good dress I had to my child. I guess I won't go to the Vikivaki. I guess I'll stay home. And as she said this to herself, she heard a tiny, small voice from up in the rafters above her head. And that little voice said to her, "Don't worry, Mother. I will give you these rags of mine, this ragged dress to go dancing in. I will give you these rags of mine to go dancing in." These are the words she heard. When Hilda heard the voice of her child, the Utaburdr, or the ghost of her child, from the rafters, though she'd heard of Utaburdr before, she'd never seen or heard one before, and that this one was her child, well, Hilda couldn't understand this. In her mind, her child was gone, but here, this child was speaking to her. and giving her back the gift she had given. But this child's voice was not loving or warm. This child was angry. And upon hearing this voice and realizing what she was hearing, and the full weight of what she had done came down upon her, and poor Hilda's mind snapped. And she went mad, and she ran out into the darkness and was never seen again.
Today we're going to go over some of the basic stuff for marshaling. To keep the time frame down, we're going to work primarily on the different armor and weapons requirements that there are in the SCA and the Kingdom of Ontir. We're going to go over how to conduct a field inspection of a fighter, and then we'll go over to our little mock Eric and do a little bit of, as a marshal, how do you marshal on the field, and what are some of the things to do and not to do. And with the situation in the world today, to be a little bit safer, I put the armor on myself, and I have Lord COVID here is going to help me do some of the inspection stuff back here also. So let's talk first about what is a marshal there to do. A marshal is there to help safely get people onto the field, to make sure that the fighters are wearing the equipment that's safe by the minimum standards of the society and the Kingdom of Ontir, for them to go on the field and safely conduct themselves in a chivalric manner. We are there as kind of a crowd control on the field. Our job is to make sure that the populace stays off the tourney field or the war field, and that the fighters stay on the tourney or the war field. And never shall the two meet each other, hopefully. It goes badly that way. Marshals there to help with the showmanship, the pageantry that is the society. It's not necessarily about the marshals, but the marshals, especially in a major tournament, are part of it. It's part of the atmosphere that people see. What are we not there for? We are not there to stop injuries from happening. All right, you can do everything right and people are going to get injured. All right, it's a sport that's very nature is going to have injuries. What we are trying to do as marshals is to prevent life-changing injuries. Those injuries to the neck, the head, the joints, the groin, things that can have an altering effect to the individual for life. That's our main thing, and that's the main reason why the standards are there, is to stop those injuries from happening. We're not there to call the fight. Marshals in Ontir do not determine who the winner is. The fighters determine who the winner is. We don't necessarily interject ourselves into the fight. There's a thing, if you look in ABCs, about fair witness. And while you can, if asked, you can always give your opinion on what you've seen, but for the most part, the honor is on the fighters. So we try to leave it on to the fighters unless there's a major issue. And then at that point, hopefully a member of the Chivalry at Night or the Crown or the representatives of the Crown will step in to deal with the problem. You are there, though, that if attitudes go bad on the field, if something disastrous happens, whether accident, injury, attitude, something like that, to give an honest and neutral feedback to the marshal in charge, the Earl Marshal, or the Crown, if necessary, should something like that happen. So those are the things that marshals are there and there not to do. So now we'll kind of go into the different requirements for this stuff. And I'm going to read a lot of the stuff I'm going to do. I'm going to kind of read a little bit out of the ABCs Frontier, just so you get an idea of how the word speak is, and then we'll go over it on the different materials that I have around here. Always be willing to ask questions as a marshal. The ABCs can be confusing and they can even be contradictory sometimes. Always be willing to ask questions to the branch marshals, the armored marshal, the Earl Marshal, or people like myself that you know that have spent a lot of time in it. Because I was the armored combat marshal for 2 years and the Earl Marshal of the Kingdom for 4. So I'm always there for help in trying to determine how it is. And even at this point, having been part of somebody that read the rules, sometimes you have to get with the other marshals and go, what do you think? Because they can be somewhat contradictory. Before I start, there is one thing that I want to go over. You will see in the ABCs them talk about rigid protection. You'll see that a lot in a lot of the descriptions. And I don't think it necessarily gives you an exact meaning of what rigid protection is. So let's start with that. Rigid protection means something like metal, plastic, or heavy leather with padding. So an armor grade padding like this with a heavy leather, that would be considered a rigid padding. In the ABCs, it starts out first with the helms. Helms shall be constructed from steel which has a thickness of no less than 1/16 of an inch or 16 gauge or of equivalent material. If you use something like stainless steel, brass, bronze, those things have to have a much thicker density to them than normal steel. 16 is the minimum, but most of the time on helms, you'll see that as 14 and 12 gauge. So for people who don't understand metal gauges, the smaller the number means it's thicker, not thinner, which is a little bit different than what most people are used to thinking about. Mass of the helm is an important part of the projection. As such, no titanium, fiberglass, aluminum, or other ultralight materials may be used unless they meet the equivalent mass, strength, and weight of steel. A lot of people ask, why don't we use titanium for helmets? It's nice and light and it's super strong. The reason being is that as the rattan hits the helmet, the mass of the steel allows the blow to deflect outwards. Titanium is a metal that's super strong because of its lightness, will focus the blow inward onto the person with the possibility of causing an injury. So what they're saying is that mass of the helm is a major importance on keeping you from getting a head injury. All joints or seams shall be constructed in one or a combination of the following ways, with all welds sound and rivets secure. Basically, what they're getting at is that a helmet has to be either welded together or it has to be riveted together with steel or iron rivets. And those steel and iron rivets have to be no less than 2.5 inches away from each other. If you look at this helm, this is mine, and it's more of a welded helm with decorative rivets around it. Where these helms here have the rivets going across to keep the pieces together. In some helms, I've seen them use brass rivets in the structure, even though normally you don't, but at that point, they're within 1 inch of each other. And the amount of mass of the different plates that they're putting together makes the helm more of an 8 gauge instead of a 12 gauge. So it's actually thicker than what it needs to be to make the helm safe. Bars used in the face guard shall be steel of not less than 3/16 of an inch in diameter or equivalent. If the span between the crossbars is less than 2 inches, then they can use 1/8 of an inch diameter bars may be used. And in the face guard, the bars have to be within 1 inch of each other. So all of these bars, you can't put anything smaller than an inch through there. The reason being, as we go along, you'll see that the swords are made to be 1.25 inches thick. That way the swords will not penetrate the grills. Again, the steel thickness is to help with the construction. A lot of people have started going away from the bar grills and going into the more fancy water jet or laser cut face pieces. All parts of the helm that might cause injurious contact with the wearer's head shall be padded with a minimum of 1/2 inch of closed cell foam or equivalent padding, or shall be suspended in such a way that any part that might come in contact with the wearer's neck or, oh, it's a little messed up here. So basically, it's a requirement to have 1/2 inch of closed cell foam inside your helmet in the areas which touch your head. The closed cell foam can come in very different ways. A lot of it is like this type of foam that you can buy, the EVA foam. It's dense, it's thick, you can't see through it. And as it compresses, it comes back. A lot of people now are using the military style pads, a little bit thicker. They also have a tendency to last a lot longer. You will see other people use martial arts helmets, rugby helmets, anything that has a solid closed cell foam in there. The reason being is that you need that compression as the helmet's hit with the steel. You want that pad compression to keep from that helm bottoming out into the person's head. And it has to be done with a closed cell foam. Open will allow it to compress too thin and then pop back out, which can cause injury. The face guard shall extend at least 1 inch below the bottom of the chin and the jaw line. So, like on here, on the person's chin, it has to extend down below. That, with the neck protection as we get in later, will make sure that nothing can get in there to hit the person. The helmets also must have a chin strap, at least 1/2 inch wide, coming into a chin cup. You can't just have a snug fit. There has to be something in there that holds the helmet to the body so that the helmet can't be ripped off the head. That kind of is the majority on helms. When we go into inspections, we'll go a little bit more about looking on the inside, some of the other issues that you can run into with the helms, but that focuses on the main parts. We'll go into the neck. The neck, including the larynx, the cervical vertebrae, and the first thoracic vertebrae must be covered by one or a combination of the following and must stay covered during typical combat situations, including the turning and moving of the head and neck. Either the helmet itself, a heavy camel or aventail that hangs or drapes to absorb the force of the blow. If the person is using this, if the camel or aventail lays in contact with the larynx, cervical vertebrae, or first thoracic vertebrae, then those areas have to be padded with at least a 1/4 inch of closed cell foam. Also, a collar of heavy leather lined with a minimum of 1/4 inch of closed cell foam or equivalent. Right here, my normal gorget, heavy leather, foam. It protects here and protects down the back. The first thoracic vertebrae is what we lovingly refer to as the off button. If you take a nice hit back there, a lot of times it'll feel like you just stuck your finger in the light socket, and it can really just shut a person off fast. That's one of the big areas when you're inspecting a person, is to look at that neck protection. Not too many people that have a camel and aventail go with just a padded deal. Most of them still to this day wear a gorget, which is the better idea, because the movement and the turning, it's very hard to actually keep the padding in the right spot. But technically, by the society rules, you don't have to wear a gorget if you follow the rules with the camel and aventail. But most fighters that I deal with, I highly stress not to do that, to wear a gorget as possible. The neck is one of those areas on your body that you really don't want to take a hard hit to, especially a nice thrust from a large weapon. Body armor is not required by the Society in Ontario except for a very specific area, and that's the kidney area and the floating ribs. It said it shall be covered with a minimum of heavy leather worn over a 1/4 inch of closed cell foam or equivalent padding. Now, if you look in the book, it's going to tell you a thing about Zoom Bang. Zoom Bang is this material that's very flexible until it's hit and then it goes rigid. It was introduced a few years back, and we had found that as an armor piece, it didn't necessarily work because it didn't always go rigid right at the time you needed to. So you were getting hit with soft padding instead of basically armor. But the society has allowed that to be there for this area only. And later on, we get into inspecting, you'll realize that a lot of people don't understand what padding the kidney and the short ribs are. You'll see them wear a belt a lot of times where my short ribs are clear up to here, so there to my waist is a fair distance. So the kidney protection actually has to have a fairly large size to it. Hand protection. So hand protection can be done in different ways. You do it by steel, plastic, or heavy leather gauntlets that completely enclose the hand, protect the fingers. They have to have a certain amount, a 1/4 inch of closed cell foam or equivalent behind them where they will hit. You can use heavy leather lined with a 1/2 inch of closed cell foam or heavy padding. A lot of people will use hockey gloves, which are fine as long as there are no modern logos being shown. Other ways are a basket hilt and a demi-gauntlet. So a basic demi-gauntlet, normally they would have to be lined with a 1/4 inch of closed cell foam behind them. I use a very padded tactical glove or mechanic's glove because the way that I set my basket up so that I can throw I have the ability to protect my hand here and there, and I make sure that I come up with an idea so that if I get hit, I don't have any worries there. And that fulfills the requirement for hand protection. You want to make sure that the wrist is well covered. Most of your gauntlets, the demi gauntlets, are going to have a bell around it to help protect in there. As you'll see in the next one, arm armor, there really is no requirement for arms except for the elbows. Elbows are normally rigid material, metal, plastic, foil, carbide, leather. If you're using with a 1/4 inch of closed cell foam or equivalent padding, most people just use elbow pads, normal ones that you use for like volleyball. This armor shall be attached in such a way that the elbow remains covered during combat. One thing about that though is on this particular shield, a heater shield, there is a rule that if my elbow is greater than 4 inches from the edge of a shield, I don't have to wear an elbow cup on the shield. I don't necessarily agree with that rule, but that's a society rule. If you see a person come up with a heater shield and then you can get 4 inches away from their elbow to the edge of the shield, they don't have to have the elbow cup. The elbow cups have to be, again, rigid material. They have to cover the side areas of it where your elbow bends so that you don't take the strikes on the edges. Some people use a very wide wing. Some people use a narrow wing. The major thing is that it covers the points of the bend and covers the elbow even in the movement. Like here with mine, it's strapped to the elbow pads so that it follows the elbow all the time across here and keeps the sides covered. So we'll go over shields a little bit. Shields will be made of different materials: wood, plastic, metal. The edges need to be covered. You don't want raw edging. This one's mine, it's wood, and we use rawhide to cover the edges. It needs to have ways to protect the hand. There's no protrusions. As you see, everything's down here. You can't have a protrusion. I think it's more than 3/8 of an inch off of here. You'll see a lot of people use on their shields bolts. You don't want the bolts and the nuts sticking out at a high point. It has a tendency to catch weapons, catch armor, catch skin. That's another thing to look for as you're going through different shields. The heater shield here, of course, was aluminum. Has a handle here to protect the hand. So technically, this would be enough for somebody using this that they wouldn't need a gauntlet or demi gauntlet strapped here. Now, on a center grip on a shield like this, also has the rule that if the hand to the wrist is more than 4 inches away from the shield, they don't have to have hand protection. They don't have to have a demi gauntlet or a gauntlet. So this one would qualify for that. My buckler, on the other hand, is way too small. So I would have to have hand protection while using this shield out there fighting. All right, let's talk about weapons. On a weapon, except for in the hilt, the guards, the pommels, if this had a normal, you can't have any metal in this part of the sword, only back where the handle is. Single-handed weapons shall have a wrist strap or equivalent restraint, which will keep the weapon from leaving the immediate area of the user if released during any part of the combat. So basically, all swords must have a trigger design that your fingers can go into, or a lanyard that will keep the sword from going anywhere. Because the last thing you want in a tournament is a fighter out there fighting and all of a sudden, there goes the sword. So you are required to have something to help keep the sword in your hand. The striking surfaces of all weapons, including the tip, shall be wrapped in a manner that allows no rattan to show. All thrusting tips and striking heads must be securely attached to the weapon. Basically, by the rules, swords must be taped with tape, or in my case, mine is covered with rawhide. One of the worst things you'll see a lot of people when you're at a tournament is people not taping up their swords. Again, let's go. Yes. So, as we talked before, the grill of a helm, the distance between the bars can be no bigger than an inch. A sword can be no smaller than 1.25 inches. That way it helps keep the weapon from entering the grill. Thrusting tips, you have to have progressive give across the whole surface. Has to be 1/2 inch thick, I think it is. Now, a lot of people will go, well, something's a little too stiff. And you would rather have the thrusting tip be a little bit stiffer than a little bit looser, because if it's too loose, the thrusting tip has a tendency to roll, and then you hit your opponent with the rattan. Now, the book goes into 2 different types of weapons. They go into the single-handed weapons like your swords, your small maces, your small hand axes, and then your 2-handed weapons like the great swords here that I have. So we'll go over a couple little things. Weapons shall be constructed of rattan. So everybody should know at this point, here's rattan, natural material. We use it because when it breaks down, it turns into fibers and dust, not into splinters. So we don't have protrusions that can go into people's eyes or into their body, is the main reason why rattan was chosen over other materials. Again, weapons shall be not less than 1.25 inches in total diameter, including the tape. What that means is that you could technically plane the sword down to 1 inch and then tape it back up to 1.25 inches. You will see that people will do that because it reduces the weight of the sword, and they can use the tape to help balance the sword out, because rattan, being a natural product, has a tendency to be heavier or lighter depending on the batch of rattan that you get into. So there's a section in here that's going to talk about Siloflex. Siloflex is basically the type of tubing that you would use for home irrigation projects in like flower bed. It's very restrictive about how Siloflex can be used. And I don't think I've seen a Siloflex sword on the field in over 10 years. The restrictions aren't worth it for most people to use it, so you will probably never see that on the field at all. But it's still left in here because other kingdoms than Ontir still use plastic Siloflex on their swords, or actually do use plastic swords, but those are not allowed in Ontir because of the cold up here. We had problems with them shattering and breaking, so you won't see those solid plastic swords. But if you go to some of the big out of kingdom events, you might actually see those on the field. If the weapon has a head, it shall not be constructed of solely rigid materials. Semi-rigid heads are allowed. The head shall be firmly and securely attached to the haft. The head shall allow at least 1/2 inch of progressive give. So if you're making an axe, it can't be a solid piece of rattan. You have to have something on the front that gives a little bit of give, a little bit of padding, just like the thrusting tips on the sword. No weapon may have a cutting and or smashing surface at both ends. Basically, a single-handed weapons, you can't put a thrusting tip on the end of your sword. A lot of people go, oh, great, I can, no, you can't do that. You can only have it on one end of the sword. And then they shall be taped or otherwise covered in a manner that allows no rattan splinters to protrude. Now, as you look in there, there are sections in the ABCs that says that you can't use materials that change the flexibility of rattan. This is a contradiction into itself because the society says you also have to tape your swords. You can't go out with a bare sword. Tape changes the flexibility of rattan. A lot of kingdoms outside of Vontier don't allow rawhide on their swords because they think it changes the flexibility of it too much. But I have pictures of my swords flexing going around people. So it's kind of a gray area, and it's one of those weird contradictions that you just have to get used to. The main thing that they talk about when you can't change the flexibility is back in the old days when the society first started, people to get more life out of the rattan would suck wood glue through the rattan or other materials to make it more rigid. That, of course, basically turns that piece of rattan into an iron bar. I've seen people core rattan and put rigid pieces in there like steel or something else. So it's different materials like that. Another thing I've seen is individuals would take leather and tape leather down the striking surface and then tape over it. That right there now makes a very hard, distinct point. And when you hit a helm, it has a tendency to dent the helm because now you've taken it, you've made the sword not only more rigid, but you've lessened the striking surface. And the smaller the striking surface, the more force that striking surface has when it hits the helm. So those are little things once we get into inspections to look for. Two-handed weapons. Weapons shall be constructed of rattan of not less than 1.25 inches, an inch and a quarter in diameter, including tape. Pole arms may contain blades constructed of split rattan so long as the pieces are securely fastened to the weapon. This is one where you have a pole arm and we can tell that the main piece of the rattan here is round, and then there's a split piece of rattan here that's taped together to it. It's securely fastened so that it won't come off, and it's taped in an appropriate manner. Needs a little bit of retaping, but it's there. The weapon shall not be excessively flexible. Basically what they're saying is that some rattan on the larger two-handed weapons, if you get enough flexibility, you can basically crack it like a whip. And that flexibility will cause a much more excessive hit because you're basically turning a pole weapon like this into a bullwhip made out of rattan. The head shall allow at least half inch of progressive give between the striking surface and the semi-rigid ultralight shaped foam heads or an laminated or basically, again, the thrusting tips have to have the progressive give at least a half an inch. This one's not too bad, as you can see. And when you're inspecting, you can't just do it with your thumb. You need to kind of put together and compress down evenly to see how it compresses. Mine might be a little bit stiff, but again, I'd rather have them a little bit more on the stiff side. I think it's a lot safer. Oh yeah. So one thing also to put in there that I forgot about, single-handed weapons can weigh no more than 5 pounds. Two-handed weapons can weigh no more than 6 pounds. And people think, well, that's a lot. Well, not necessarily. On a single-handed weapon, yeah, that could be a bit much, but if you're using a steel basket hilt, you can grab a pound or two real fast. My great sword here has a metal pommel, metal quillions, so you can get to 6 pounds pretty quickly. You don't want weapons much heavier than that. because that just equates more force and more chance of hurting somebody. One thing I didn't go over was leg armor. The only thing that's required on the legs is coverage of the knees. It's basically the same as elbows. Rigid material, plastic, metal, heavy leather. It has to have a 1/4-inch foam behind it. Again, most people use a knee pad. The knees have to stay in place as the person moves. So as they go down on their knees, as they come back up, and they also have to make sure that they cover the side points on the side of the knee here. And they should also be clearly marked. So with mine being underneath my pants, the extra covering I hear for wearing out makes the line of my knee, because on a legal target, it is 1 inch above the knee and higher is where you can strike. Anything below that is not a legal target. So again, basically the same requirements as your elbow cups and your arm armor. I can't stress that if you're at an event and you're working as a marshal, having a written copy of the ABCs with you at all times is always a great thing to have. You're going to get people that are going to try to contradict what you're saying, or you may not know the exact answer. And no marshal can ever know everything in the ABCs. I helped write these and I still can't remember everything that's in them, but I know where to look to find it. So don't be afraid to ask those questions. Thank you. See, I think that covers the majority of the things that we have to look at with weapon standards. Again, look over things. If you have questions, please be free to contact me and ask if things don't seem right. I know it's kind of a fast go over tonight, but I don't want to overload people too much. I definitely want people to read and try to understand the ABCs as much as they can. Now we're going to start trying to go into armor inspections. Having a basic knowledge of what's going on with the armor requirements, an idea of what should and shouldn't be. You're out on the field, they start doing armor inspections. Armor inspections, the fighter comes up to you. Always try to come up with a plan. You can start from the top and work yourself down, bottom, work yourself up. Come into a way that you can remember how to do your inspection every time. Normally, person comes up, the first thing I do is I grab their weapons, I check their weapons, I make sure that they have a trigger or a lanyard, everything's clean. If they have a thrusting tip, does it have the progressive give that they need? Shield, check the shield. I want to make sure that it's not all cracked and it's not broken. It's got an edging around it. There's nothing hard protruding. There's nothing major protruding out that's going to catch somebody or hurt somebody. Everything's solid. The handle is in tight, whether it's a center grip or a heater, and everything seems correct with the construction. Sometimes you'll get people that'll have shields that are a little bit beat up, have some tape on it. As long as it's not something that you can see is going to go exploding in the middle of a tournament, a little bit of duct tape holding things on doesn't look pretty, but it's not going to hurt anything. After that, I want to look at the helm. Helms are required to be inspected on and off the individual. Now, this of course is not sitting perfectly, but when I'm looking at this and on tier and stuff, you see a lot of people, they'll grab the helmet and they'll go push on it. They want to make sure that the helmet's not moving or it's not touching anything. I don't care if this helmet sits there and touches their nose. What I'm more worried about is, does the helmet move before everything else does? If this thing is set and it's tight and it's not moving, everything should go together. The other thing that I'm looking for, more importantly, is rotational. What'll happen is if the chin straps are not set up right, or they're not constructed correctly, or if the padding is not right in there, when a person takes a hit, the helmet will flex and it will pivot, and that'll catch you right here on that nose. Also is the side-to-side movement. More concussion injuries come from the rotation and the movement than they come from the impact. Impact is not the major thing that you're worrying about. You're worrying about the rotational force on the individual. Again, at that point then, whether they have the helmet on or off, you go with either one. So let's say he had his helmet, I would ask for the helmet to come off. There are a lot of people who have balked at having to look at the helm off the head. But once the society brought that rule into place, it's amazing how many bad padded helms we found. Helms that had old padding, the wrong padding. One guy had sheepskin padded in his helm. Here's a perfect example. That is not a correctly padded helm. That, while closed cell foam, will probably not do a whole lot stuck together with cheap open cell foam and duct tape. I would not let this one on the field. The other things when you're looking inside there is you're checking. You don't want anything sticking out on the person. As long as that's covered, you should be all right. But the welds, the rivets inside, are the rivets loose? If I can sit here and rattle and spin a helmet that's riveted together, there's a problem with that. Anything that can protrude and hit the face, any areas like that. Not knowing that when I was a new fighter, the first helm I had a bar that was welded on the inside, not the outside like it was should be. And the first time I took a good hit, I ended up with blood running down there because I didn't know better and the person hadn't inspected it correctly. You want to pay attention to the chin straps. People have a tendency to let their chin straps go for a long time because they can be a little bit of a pain to build. A few years back at a Ursulmus tourney, Sir Olin Olfredson was fighting Duke Cedric. Sir Owen ducked to try to get out of a blow, and as he did, Cedric's shot stripped Owen's helm right off of his head because his chin strap broke, and before he could stop the blow, Duke Cedric hit Sir Olin in the head. Bare head. If it had been anybody other than Olin, I don't know if he'd be here right now. I was the marshal that inspected Sir Olin that day, and I didn't look at his helmet off of his head. You don't want to be the person that inspects a friend of yours and then watch him get injured. We're trying to do what we can in any way to get their people's armor fixed so that they can get on the field. But there's going to be that time where you have to tell them, no, you don't get to play until this is fixed. So something to remember about that. After I've got done with the helm, I'd be checking the neck. I'd see that their gorget is good, making sure that the back of the vertebrae here is all covered, it's taken care of. He's not going to take a bad hit down here. When you inspect a person, you do not reach around them. We had an issue when I was their own marshal, some inappropriate touching. So it is a rule now that you never reach around a person to inspect them. So if you're going to go for inspecting the kidney and the short rib protection, you either ask the fighter to turn around or you walk around and check it yourself. Fighters understand that there is a minimum amount of physical contact that's going to be involved with an inspection. But that physical contact needs to be at a minimum. All right? You don't need to be grabby. You need to be specific on exactly what you're doing when you're trying to inspect somebody. At that point, I check their arms, make sure that the wings are all correct, make sure things are moving. If somebody was like me, I'd have them stick their leg out, check their legs, make sure that I can feel the wings, they can move, everything is correct. Now, here's the last thing, groin protection. So groin protection is required in the SCA, but we also have the things about gender and different issues along there. You do not ask, do you have your cup in or whatever. Make no assumptions. You just ask the person, do you have the appropriate groin protection? And leave it at that. It's either a yes or a no. I know this should seem as a no-brainer, but if I ever see you cup check somebody, we're going to have a problem, because I have seen people with their marshal staff. No, that's not appropriate, and it doesn't happen. So always remember that, you know, we have to be respectful to each other. So again, minimal amount, either move or have them move to where you have to get to make sure that they're properly inspected, mindful of who they are as a person, ask only the things necessary, and if there's an issue, work with them to try and find a way to get them on the field, whether it's some duct tape, some string. Hey, I'm a little concerned about this. Can you fix this? Your helm doesn't go down far enough. Can you put a little piece of leather down here so you don't take it in the chin with a sword? That's the things that we need to focus on. Most times when you're at a tournament, somebody has got material that they can use to help get the people on the field. Again, sometimes you have to tell them you can't play until you get it fixed. You're going to have people that are going to want to argue with you about what's right and what isn't. That's where you need that paper hard copy. And don't be afraid to get a second opinion. And if a fighter doesn't like what you're saying, don't get mad. Just push it up the line. That's what the marshal in charge is for. If they ask to go further, that's what the branch marshals are for. That's what the armored combat marshal is for. That's what the Earl Marshal is for. We have a step-by-step process. That doesn't mean sit here and take a lot of crap from a fighter. If a fighter is giving you a bunch of grief and yelling at you, you need to say something about it, because that's not appropriate either. Don't lose your cool right away if somebody goes, well, I don't agree with that, or you're wrong. If they think you're wrong, that's what paper's for. If it's not, hand them off to the MIC and let them deal with it. Let it go from there. And then just let it go. Go about your business and go on with your day. I think that gets most of it on a basic armor inspection. You're going to learn that a lot of it is common sense. A lot of it is knowing where to find the answers in the book. Just being mindful of what you're doing and respectful of the people that you're helping out. Most fighters are pretty good with the marshals, because we know we don't get to play if you're not there doing the job. If you're not there, then somebody's got to take their gear off and marshal the field. we'll just kind of leave it at that for now. So we'll go over to our little makeshift Eric, and I'll go over a few things about when you're marshaling a field. Most of the time, marshals always have a staff. About 1.5 feet of it is colored with black and yellow. Those are the colors that signify a marshal. Normally, a junior is always going to be put with a senior, with 2 people on the field, depending on the size and the amount of marshals. There are times where you're going to end up having to marshal a field by yourself. Myself, I kind of prefer to do it. Guys, we'll skip back for a minute here. So here's some common mistakes that new marshals make. One is, we'll say that this rope is connected to another Eric right here. And they'll be marshaling the field, and they'll get themselves all up like this, and they're watching what's going on, and they're not paying attention to the 2 fighters behind them. They're about to run them over, and the marshal over there can't yell, hold it fast enough to keep you from getting run over. Never, ever put your back to an active field. There's too much noise going on. There's too much action going on, and you're not going to catch what's going on until the last minute. The other one is, you see marshals, they're dancing all around, they're doing all this stuff, they're getting on the ground, watching stuff. You don't need to be a jackrabbit to do marshaling. When I marshal, once I get done with the lay on, I park my butt in the doorway because this is the open spot. I'm out of the way of the fighters. I can see everything I need to do, and I can project any issue that I need to deal with. For the most part, there's only 2 things that a marshal really has to say while he's on the field: lay on and hold if something goes wrong. Put yourself in a place to where you can see everything, but not get into a point where you're in a situation where you get yourself pinned into a corner, and then you have to go diving out of the Eric because 2 fighters are about to run you over. You'll see fighters a lot of times, gentlemen, if you help me, they'll get to be like they're fighting appropriate distance, and they're getting really close to those ropes, and they're rolling around those ropes. Most fighters know where they're at. It's kind of a judgment call. If you're worried about them going out, then yell to hold. But don't be in an instance to where you want to call hold, because a lot of good fighters, especially knights, will be really good about running down that Eric rope, knowing that it's there. They're very good judges about the situational area that they're in. So if you feel that you have to, call hold, but don't panic if you naturally start seeing fighters get up close to the ropes. Now, granted, both of the fighters here have sword and shields. You get into an area where one of the fighters has got something like this, then it's a much different aspect about the people outside watching the fight and the fighters inside, because now you have a much greater extreme range that you have to worry about. So the people standing next to the field need to be more in attention, or you need to help ask them to move back far enough so that you can be assured that they're not going to get injured by the great weapons. Remember, when you're on the field as a marshal, you're in charge of that field. When I step on here and I'm fighting, I put the fighters where I want them. I don't let them choose where they want to go. They may say, well, the sun or anything. That's fine. You can move however you want to once the lay on's called. But I want to be in a position that once I call lay on, I can get to where I want to be. and then I stay there. The only time that I ever get in a position to where I really move out of the spot that I want to be is if he was on his knees, he was in front of him, and I was in a position to where I was here and I couldn't see everything that was going on. Then I would move myself over into a position where I can see what I need to see to make sure that everybody's safe. Thank you. Other than that, keep that position and use your voice. Another thing you're going to hear a lot of stuff is people behind you that are watching the fight going, can you move? Hey, Marshall, move. That's your field. The only time I move for anybody is for the fighters' consorts, the crown, or the crown representatives. Anybody else, tough luck. They can move. I'm where I want to be. I'm responsible for making sure that the fighters are safe and the people are safe. So don't be afraid to just tell them, nope, I can't do it. Or just don't say anything at all. This is your Eric. You're responsible for it. Always remember that when you come out and you take over a field or you're helping on the field, look at the terrain. Look at how the field is laid out. Look and see if there's any gopher holes, any ruts, any rocks. How are the Eric ropes set up? Are you going to have any issues with fighters tripping or falling? And be ready to let them know. When the pageantry starts, and we go through all the stuff that's going on, the fighters come out, I get the fighters where I want them to be at. They say the names, be part of the pageantry. You know, they announce fighter A, fighter B, be a little part of it. Now, when you get ready to do the lay on, don't be offended if a fighter doesn't want to say anything. Fighters get into the moment and they have a tendency to not say anything. You're expecting them to say, I'm ready, and they may not. So the way I counteract that is I get out in the middle and I point at him. I'm looking dead at him. He sees me pointing at him. All he's got to do is nod, blink his eyes, whatever. I don't care. Say something to me. I know he's ready. I look over, do the same thing with my other opponent. He's ready at that point. Lay on! And they can go about the fight, and I'm going back to where I need to be in there. Put yourself in the fighters in a situation where everything can be the safest as possible and move the fight on as quick as possible. Because if you're helping marshal a crown tournament that's got 80 to 100 fighters in it, it's a long day. If you're out helping marshaling, don't be afraid to take a break. Don't be afraid to ask for water. Don't be afraid to say, hey, I got to go get lunch. I need to use the bathroom. Don't stay out there all day and kill yourself. It is an important part of the fighting and the pageantry we do. Everything from the fighters to the heralds to the marshals. Every bit of this is what makes the magic happen. So for those who are wanting to and willing to get into this, thank you very much. As a person who's been on the high side of this job, it's very meaningful. So I think that goes over most of the basics of what it is to get started with what I've went over. Most everybody can start out as a junior marshal and come out and start getting on the field and helping out. Again, there's always people that can answer more questions for you, give you more training, and I will be working with their excellencies at Terra Primaria to try to get more martial training coming on and more extensive when we have a greater amount of time. For anybody that's watching, if there's any more questions, otherwise I think we have covered most of it. Anyone else? All right. All right, that's a good one to go over. So one last thing that Baron Duncan said is talking to you about corkscrewing. So if a fighter is on his knees, you can be just in normal fighting position, and Duncan starts to walk around him to where he has to move to stay in front is considered corkscrewing and is illegal in there. There's also, ONTIER has a rule called the plane of the knees, where when the fighter is on his knees and the other fighter is up, the fighter standing, if he takes a step past the plane of the person on the ground's knees, he gets one shot and then he has to come back up. So as a marshal, you may have to remind somebody about the plane of the knee rule. But that is something that's more based on the fighters. So
something like this.
Yeah, or in between the knees. Now, of course, if the opponent has the ability to go back onto his shoulders, and not too many people do, then the shoulders on the ground become the plane and the knees are not. So, but yes, those are a couple of the small things that they had to be aware of when you're on the field. Good? All righty.
Good.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So what about articulated gauntlets?
Oh, finger gauntlets.
Yeah.
Finger gauntlets? Oh, finger gauntlets. So, finger gauntlets. So, with finger gauntlets should cover the thumb completely, and they have to come down enough to where they'll cover the finger. They also, there's not a real specific on it, but most of the time you should have them padded, because the crushing effect of the metal on the finger a lot of times can break your hands. Finger gauntlets are kind of a gray area because they're not specifically called out in the ABCs, but they're not illegal either. It's whether or not that they cover your hands in the protection required by what you can find in the ABCs. So with like these, the mitten ones, he's got a full thumb covering, and he's got a deal here so that when the hand closes, you can't hit any of the fingers. It's covered. So the finger gauntlets would have to have the same type of protection as what you're looking here. And the only way to do that is to really bring it to where it's at least half to 3/4 of the way down the side of your fingers. If it's just covering the tops, that's not enough, because there's no protection on the side of the fingers or the side of the hand. And anything that isn't covering this whole joint in here wouldn't be, in my opinion, a legal pair of gauntlets to wear on the field. Good? All right, Sold American.
Thank you again for joining us and teaching this class. And thank you everyone who has come to our class tonight. And we will go ahead and sign off now. And we'll see you all later.
Good day, Dragon's Lair, and a happy and festive Yule to ye all. I'm Patrick McAlpine, a former bardic champion of your fair barony. Here's a song from County Durham in northern England about a story that takes place at the end of the 14th century. The story is about the young Lord John of Lambton who skips church to go fishing in the River Wear, and in doing so, unwittingly unleashes a dragon on the town. I'll be attempting the accent and dialect from the region, so some of the words may sound strange, but the spirit of the song should still come through. One Sunday morn, young Lambton went a-fishing in the Weir. He catched a fish upon his hook he thought looked very queer. And what the kind of fish it was, young Lambton couldn't tell. He wasn't a fish to carry it yen, so he hoyed it down a well. Wish lads had you gobs, I'll tell yous all an awful story. Wish lads had you gobs, I'll tell yous about the one. Now Lambton felt inclined again and fight in foreign wars. He joined a troop of knights who care for neither wounds nor scars. And off he gan to Palestine, where queer things him befell, and very soon forgot about the queer one to the well. Wish lads had you gobs, I'll tell yous all an awful story. Wish lads had you gobs, I'll tell yous about the worm. The worm got fat and grewed and grewed and grewed an awful size. He great big teeth and great big gob and great big goggly eyes. And when he'd crawl, a brute it needs to pick up bits of news. When he felt dry upon the road, he'd milk a dozen coos. Wish lads had you gobs, I'll tell yous all an awful story. Wish lads had you gobs, I'll tell yous about the worm. This fearful worm would often feed on calves and lambs and sheep, and swallow little bairns alive as they lay down to sleep. And when he'd eaten all he could and he had had his fill, he crawled away and lapped his tail 10 times round Penshire Hill. Wish lads had you gobs, I'll tell yous all an awful story. Wish lads had you gobs, I'll tell yous about the worm. Now news of this most awful worm and his queer gannons on soon crossed the seas, got to the ears of brave and bold Sir John. So here he came and catched the beast and cut it in 2 halves, and that soon stopped him eating sheep and lambs and bairns and calves. Wish lads had you gobs, I'll tell yous all an awful story. Wish lads had you gobs, I'll tell yous about the worm. So now you know about the folks on both sides of the Weir. Lost lots of sleep and lots of sheep and lived in mortal fear. So let's have one old Sir John who kept the bairns some harm, 'cause they'd coos and calves by making halves of that famous Lambton worm. No, lads, I'll have me gob, for that's all I know about the story of Sir John's clever job with that famous Lambton worm.
There is a land of mountains cold set by the western sea, whose banner bears the lion bold and fiercely flies so free. And from afar its shining star to hearth and home I steer, for in this land I make my stand in the kingdom of Antir. Oh, many places I have bide and wayward have I roamed, but best is by my lover's side when in Antir I am home. From Tiree west of Avacall, who guard our northern ways, to Summit, who lies south of all, keeps West Kingdom at bay, with warriors who so brave and true their foes will fly in fear, for in the fight they know the might of the kingdom of Antir. Oh, many places I have bide and wayward have I roamed, but best is by my lover's side, for in Antir I am home. And when at peace with songs and feasts we gather with our friends, and the hall will ring when we toast our king, for we're loyal to the end. And then at night by firelight, I'll fill you with great cheer. For a welcome brew awaits for you in the kingdom of Antir. Oh, many places I have bide, and wayward have I roamed, but best is by my lover's side when in Antir I am home. Oh, many places I have bide, and wayward have I roamed, but best is by my lover's side when in Antir I am home.
I'm David Myers, and I'd like to share with you the steps I take for making a Viking Age money ring. And here's one that I've made that's made out of silver. So they would have been made out of bronze, silver, or gold. I don't have gold. But and they hail back from 1400 BC to about 10th century in Europe. And they would have been used by the Vikings and the Celts, and they would have been used for adornment. They would have been used as money, or possibly even a gift for somebody. So I actively engage in an activity known as experimental archaeology. I'm interested in the how and the why of making metal articles from history. So if you were to make one of these pieces, you'd find pretty quick that it takes 100 hours or more of research and shop time, developing an understanding of how the piece was made and then how to make it yourself. So it takes a collection of tools and equipment and processes in order to make something like this. So I'm going to make mine out of silver today, and we're going to start with this piece right here, which is square, and then you can see we started to twist it, and then this is the final piece that's ready to be made into a ring. So in order to make a ring like this, we need tools and equipment. Now I'm going to be using modern equipment today, and I've got a vise right here that I'm going to use along with this pair of vice grips to hold and twist the wire. And then once the wire is twisted, I will form it over a ring mandrel, and that'll turn it into a ring shape. And I will use a mallet to help me shape the ring around the mandrel. I will use the aid of modern pliers to form it as well. And so for the finish, I'm going to use steel wool to bring up the luster of the metal. Now, back in period, they would use charcoal powder with different types of grit in it to bring up that luster as well. So let's begin. So I'm going to take the square piece of wire, and I'll put it into the vise here. And then I'll grab it with my pair of pliers. And I'll give it a half a turn, a full turn, 1.5 turns, 2 turns, 2.5 turns, 3 turns, 3.5 turns, 4 turns. Now at this point it's starting to feel resistance. And what's happening is the crystalline structure is becoming compressed as I twist the wire. And so what we end up with is this. Now this could be formed into a ring as soon as I stress relieve it, a process called annealing. And what I would do is I would make a charcoal fire with a set of bellows that's behind that fire. It's a little hard to see. And I would heat that piece up to red hot. I would cool it down, and then this would be ready to work again. So I've got this piece right here, which is ready for further twisting, but I think that we'll skip right to the forming. So this piece here is all ready to be formed. It's been stress relieved, and so I can take the mandrel that I showed you before, and I will, with the strength of my hands, I will bend it right around. Okay, so now I've got a U shape, and I will take my pliers and I'll continue that around. And there I have an almost finished ring. And then just with a little tapping, I can get the roundness uniform. And there you have it. Now we're ready to put a shine on it. And so I'll grab this fine steel wool that is well used, and all I do is just burnish it. If I wanted to get it really shiny, I have a piece of polished steel called a burnisher, and I would further bring up the luster on the ridges of that ring. Okay, now I'm ready to go buy something at a Viking market. So, that was pretty quick and easy. But behind that is a lot of research and time developed towards what is a money ring, what does it look like, and then how do you make it? And then all the tools and equipment in the shop go towards that end. So, I hope that you've enjoyed.
Greetings, kith and kin. I am Morgan, honored to be counted among the Scops and Bards of Dragon's Lair, and I am here with an Anglo-Saxon version of the legend of the mistletoe. Baldag, the son of Frigg and Woden, was the most handsome and noble of all the gods. Forever appearing in the form of a beautiful young man, he was the god of light and spring, of all things right and good, the best loved among all the gods. One morning, his mother wakened from a horrible nightmare. She had seen Hel, the goddess who rules the underworld, take Baldag into her realm. So the gods held a meeting to make plans to forestall their beloved Baldag's death. They decided that every creature in heaven and on earth must swear a holy oath to never do harm to Baldag. Frigg herself undertook the administration of the oath. From fire and water, giants and humans, animals and plants, and indeed all who dwell upon the world tree. From this time on, every weapon directed at Baldag missed its mark, which was such a fascinating effect that it even became a favorite pastime among the gods to throw weapons at Baldag. None could touch him. Even Loki, the mean-spirited one, had taken part in the meeting of the gods. As the gods amused themselves throwing weapons at the god they could not hit, Loki took the form of an old beggar woman, knowing that he would be welcomed so by Frigg. He managed to get her to tell him a secret. On an old oak tree outside the gates to Valhalla grew a bush of mistletoe. The little plant had seemed so meek and harmless to Frigg that it had not been included in the oath. Back in his real shape, Loki hurried to the oak tree. There he cut a twig from the mistletoe. Then he returned to the circle of the gods. They were still at their game with Baldag. The only one standing aside was the blind Hother. "How can I play when I can't see what I'm doing?" he complained to Loki. "Take your bow and get ready to shoot," replied Loki, "and here is your arrow." He handed Hother the twig and told him he'd guide his hand. Not being very intelligent, and therefore not suspecting anything, Hother went along with Loki and fired his arrow. Mortally wounded, Baldag sank to the ground. The horrible prophecy had come true. Only Woden's word that Baldag's death had been prophesied protected Hother from the immediate revenge of the gods. And so the gods set out to bury the body of their beloved Baldag. Never before had the World Tree seen such deep mourning. They erected a funeral pyre on Baldag's own ship, Ringhorn. The gods sent off Baldag with words of hope and encouragement, but no one knows the words that Woden whispered to his son. Then Thunor himself pushed Baldag's ship out into the open waters, and wild flames accompanied the god on his last journey. When the ship finally sank into the depth of the ocean, the whole world sank into twilight. No one was grieving more than Frigg, his mother. Was Baldag, the god of light and springtime, lost forever? As she wailed and wept, her tears fell upon the sprig of mistletoe she had pulled from her son's still heart, and the wicht of the plant mourned with her, ashamed for its part in the deception. Was there a way it could persuade Hel, the goddess who ruled the land of the dead, to let Baldag return to the daylight? So the wicht of the mistletoe made a long and arduous journey to Hel to bargain for Baldag's release. But the cold, dark goddess of the dead was not to be swayed. "The dead are for my realm alone. Baldag belongs to me." However, she finally agreed that Baldag might return on the condition that any and all creatures, alive or dead, would cry for Baldag. If even one creature refused to cry, Baldag would be hers for all time to come. When word reached the gods of what Hel had decreed, they immediately sent out the Alfhe, those special messengers. They were to find every creature so that they would cry for Baldag. And every creature, in mourning for the loss of Baldag's beauty and spring, went along. Even the rocks and stones cried over the loss. In the face of the mourning throughout the World Tree, Hel had no choice but to relinquish her cold grip on Baldag, and allowed him to return to the world of the living, bringing light and goodness back with him. Frigg, of course, was full of joy when she saw her son, and embraced him as only a loving mother can. When she learned of the mistletoe's part in his release, her tears of both mourning and joy froze in place on the little plant, becoming its white berries, and she placed it back in its tree. In her joy, Frigg kissed everyone who passed beneath the tree, and decreed that who should ever stand under the humble mistletoe, no harm should befall them, only a kiss, a token of love. And thus it will remain until the twilight of the gods, the end of all things. Merry Yule, Dragon's Lair, and may you find blessings in the year to come.
Come Live With Me, from a poem by Christopher Marlowe with a melody by William Corkine. Come live with me and be my love, and we will all the pleasures prove that valleys, groves, hills and fields, woods or steepy mountains yields. And we will sit upon the rocks, seeing the shepherds feed their flocks by shallow rivers to whose falls melodious birds sing madrigals. And I will make thee beds of roses and 1,000 fragrant posies, a cap of flowers and a kirtle embroidered all with leaves of myrtle, a gown made of the finest wool, which from our pretty lambs we pull, fair lined slippers for the cold, with buckles of the purest gold, a belt of straw and ivy buds, with coral clasps and amber studs. And if these pleasures may thee move, come live with me and be my love. The shepherd swains shall dance and sing for thy delight each May morning. If these delights your mind may move, then live with me and be my love.
Hello, I am Baron Alistair McRobert, and today we're going to be talking about bentwood box. So first off, what is a bentwood box? A bentwood box is a box that has been formed by taking a thin slat of wood and heating it up and then bending it around itself to form a continuous shell for the outside of the box. Here you can see a modern interpretation at our usage. They're called a shaker box. They're still pretty much commonly produced all over, not just here in the United States, but around the world. These are a little bit different than the historical ones. They are, and they're formed by taking a thin slat of wood, heating it, bending it, and in this case, they're actually tacked together with copper tacks. When we look back at some of the historical examples, they're actually closed with usually one of a couple of different kinds of fiber closures. We've seen evidence of thin roots that have been split and then pierced through to create kind of a chain stitch effect to link them together, various other methods. But these are really common. A lot of craftsmen make them today, and they're actually pretty fun. You can find a lot of instruction on doing them. What actually got me interested in this particular topic was more of a slightly different version of it called a tina, or a snap box. This is a depiction of an earlier one that I've made here. And you can see it's still a bent wood form. It's a thin slat of wood, about 1/8 of an inch thick. And it is heated up and wrapped around a form and allowed to dry. The heat and water, either from steaming, or in my case, I prefer to immerse it in hot water. It loosens up the lignin in the wood, and it makes it pliable and more plastic-like, so it'll take a bend. You got to be really careful on that one and make sure you've got good straight grain without any knots or defects. And there's a learning curve to it, no pun intended, to get it to keep it from blowing out. These are termed a snap box modernly. If you can see these upright pieces here, they serve as little locks to keep the lid in place. So you can actually pick it up and carry it around by the handle. When you push it down, they stretch out or spread out a little bit and then snap back in, making a kind of a loud popping or snapping sound, hence the name. This one is a little bit different. You'll notice it still has these long kind of finger joints, much like the one that I just showed you, the shaker box, but they're actually laced shut in this case. This is kind of a hybrid of a couple of different styles. The tina is actually not historically documentable to within the SCA time period. We start seeing them really showing up in Scandinavian countries in the 18th, 19th centuries. So they're a little bit beyond what we're doing, but they are easily traced back quite a ways, and they're really handy. They're also a lot of fun to make. So if we're looking back within the SCA actual time period, what we're seeing is more similar to what we've got here, the Hedby box. So this box is dated somewhere between 8 and 1100, and it's one of 3 that were found as part of this find. As you can see from the picture, it was in pretty rough shape when it was found. It was in fragments, and they had to painstakingly reconstruct it. It is a round as opposed to the oval that the tina and the shaker box that I've already shown you. And it's also pretty heavily decorated here. You can see there's some geometrics that have been carved in there. And again, you got the vertical holes here as opposed to those copper tacks that we see in the shaker box, that it was laced shut somehow. Even without that, you can see how closely the bend is and how tightly that closure is. Whether or not they would have been just laced shut or if they actually would have also been glued shut, still kind of hard to say. A lot of that kind of material would have rotted away, being more of a hide glues, things like that. They don't really stand up for very long periods of time. You can also see at the bottom, if you look closely, really up front here in center, there's a small hole from a peg, which would have held the base into the sides of the box. This one, it's hard to say if it had a lid or not. If it did, it would have been a fairly shallow lid. Otherwise, it would have obscured the carving that we've got here. But it's too badly worn to really tell if there's any signs of wear from a lid being slipped on or off. Most of the boxes that I've seen tend to have lids. You don't see them too often where they are just a bottom portion of a box without a covering. But we don't have a lot of them. Again, this is one of 3, so it's a little hard to have a whole lot of information. This is a reconstruction that was done, not by me, of that box here. This one actually is mirrored. You can see it's going the opposite direction. You can see the pegs that they've got here, and they have created the geometric designs on here. In this case, they've given it a lid as well. So really nicely done. This one looks to be done in oak. Exactly how far back bentwood goes is hard to say for certain, but some sources are dating it back as far as saying Neolithically. We found evidence of bentwood for a variety of uses. We know that it's been bending for making things such as skis and yoke for farm animals, things like that. But in this particular case, for boxes, we've seen it go back quite a ways. This diagram is of a fragment of a box that was found in an excavation at Copper's Gate in York. They've dated it back to the 14th century. Again, we're seeing a round box, much like the Hedby box, but significantly different than the oval that we see in the later period boxes, the shaker boxes and such. This one, again, very heavily decorated. They don't go into too much detail onto how deeply it was, and I haven't found actual photographs of this particular box yet. I'm still looking for it. But you can see the diagram here of the top of the box, and it shows where the overlap is. And it's not an exact circle. It's pretty close, but there is some distortion. When you get that thickening of the overlap, it tends to pull it a bit out of a perfect circle. And also the diagram where the stitching is, it's a little kind of hard to see in this diagram where those stitch lines are. This is a picture of one that was very exciting to me. As I said, the lidded handle for a bentwood box is not something that I have found an actual example of until post-period. This was one that I came across not too long ago. This is an illustration dated from about 1420 to 1440, and it actually is the first depiction I have seen of a bentwood box with a handle on it. It does not have those snaps or locks like we've seen in the later examples, but it's the first one with an actual lid. You do find it in a number of depictions of merchants and vendors and various craftspeople. If you look in the back of the shops and on the shelves and things, you'll find boxes. Again, and this one here, you can kind of see looks like they've depicted the lacing on it. And then it's got this long kind of tongue lacing here on the top, which again looks like it's an inset lid with a wrapped slat of wood around it. I have found a lot of different terms for that. Again, there are numerous names in various cultures. The bentwood box is very prevalent in Scandinavian countries. We see them showing up in Germany. We saw them showing in Denmark, in Sweden, in Finland. We also do see them showing up in museums and things as far down as Spain and Italy. So they've traveled pretty widely. This is a depiction. We're getting kind of towards the end of the SCA period here. And this is a really interesting one. Here, as you can see, this is a kind of that oval shape as opposed to the round that we've been seeing before. It's still a base with an inset bottom and a lid with an inset top. And then this has got the either lacing or possibly even metal staples. It's a little hard to tell in the depiction. They look like they're painted as if they were metallic, but most of the ones that I have found don't show any signs of oxidation, of rust or discoloration from the metal interacting with the wood. This one's dated from the late 1620s. I really liked it, just the amount of detail that they show in this box. They show some thickness to the lid and to the body of it. They show, there's some stuff inside it. These were good for knickknacks, good for small projects. We see them used for sewing materials and things like that. So they're small enough they could be portable and taken from place to place, and they're not the big bulky chests and boxes that we see. Another one here, this one's 17th century. Again, very similar. This one's a little bit more interesting. I'm not entirely certain if it's supposed to depict the actual shape of the box. If you notice, the one side is a little bit more squared, and the other side is very much rounded. And it looks like there's no lacing or closure of any way on the bottom, which could be taken as artistic laziness. However, there are some vertical or some horizontal lines in the lid that seem to indicate there's something keeping it closed, and the artist has gone to the trouble to actually put a dowel in here showing how it's secured the lid to the body. So it's kind of an interesting one to look at. This is the most common way that I have found depictions of bent wood in period. And this is a detail up in a corner in a 1442 to 1445 picture, or a painting. And usually you'll find bent wood if you look up in the shelves or under tables or things like that. And this one I really liked. There's a lot of detail here. You can see where the slats overlap. If you look at the bottom of the box, you can see where there's a little bit of the interior overlapping. It's been pegged together, and you can see where it's been pegged to the actual base again, as well as the top, and it all lines up really nicely. Some really good detail here. Here's a, excuse me, a close-up of that. Again, here, as opposed to in some of the other ones that I've seen where it's laced together, this almost looks like perhaps this one's been riveted together. Like this is depicting a metal rivet going through it, and possibly also pinning or brads or something along those lines, the top and the bottom of it. So here's another one, 1380 to 1413. They're not entirely certain who it is done by. They attribute it to one of the two brothers here. And this is, again, a bedroom scene. You can see a lot going on in here. There's decoration, there's everywhere. If you look really closely inside this chest in here, you'll notice there's not one, but two now kind of familiar oval shapes. Very much look like bent wood boxes. Things would be stored in there. Small things, maybe hairpins or veils or sewing items or rosaries, or we're not really sure. Our ancestors had things just like we do, and they needed to store them somehow. So inside the chest, there's smaller boxes to hold other things. Here's again another one, 1438, 1449. And if you look closely under the table here, there's a bent wood box. So you can see they're kind of everywhere. There's a slight close-up of it. This one's a little bit different in that you can kind of see there's some stuff sticking out of it, some kind of cloth. Might contain veils or maybe a sewing project that's in the works. And this one was really kind of fascinating to me, and that it's got some kind of a crossed closure in how the overlaps were secured. So that's it for the slideshow there. So in making the bent wood boxes, your first step is selection of your lumber. You want something that is very straight grained. You don't want any knots or cracks or checks. You want something that is even, quarter sawn as best as you can get it. This one's a little stiff because it's cold out here. There we go. So if you look at the grain of this is a piece of pine. It is very even, very straight going all the way around. There is very little deviation, and where it lines up, you can almost continue the grain. So this is one that I did a few months ago. I happened to be wandering through one of my local big box stores, and a piece of lumber was just kind of caught my eye, and the grain on it was just perfect. So of course I had to buy it and take it home and use it for bent wood. This one is, like I said, it's pine, and then it's got a pine bottom. Here's where I can use that other wood. You know, it's got a branch in there, so it's got a knot hole, and to create my top and my bottom. These are this one is inset, so it is completely inside. You don't see it protruding in any way. And then the lacing for this one is actually done. This is kind of a recent development for me. This is actually done by using bark. I've done a little bit of looking into it. What I found is, like I said, a lot of times they use roots, especially supple roots. Birch was really common, sometimes spruce, and they would find a root, and usually it would be split in half, and then worked to get it a bit more supple. Then it would be laced through the hole, and if you get it in a series of holes, like this one here, you can see it's kind of a chain stitch here. This is actually not root. This is a modern caning substitute. But what they would do is they would pass the root through the hole, and they would come down. So they would go through this one, skip that one, and then come down to here, loop it through, and then come through and pierce the root with itself to come down, and they would work their way down, so it would kind of chain as it go. And then when that root dried, it would shrink a bit, it would pull everything in tight, and it would harden, so it would make a nice sturdy closure for it. Not sure if they use glue or not on them. I tend to with mine just because I can, and makes for a nice sturdy box. It's gonna stand the test of time. It's not gonna fall apart on me. When I'm doing these are roughly around 1/8 of an inch thick for these slats. The thickness of your wood depends a great deal on the species of the wood that you're working with, and it varies a lot. Usually these are around 3 millimeter, I want to say. I go down to as thin as 1.5 or 1.25 millimeter, depending on what I'm making. These little guys here that I just started making recently, which is basically the exact same thing, just in a much smaller scale, are about 1.25 mil thick on the sides for the lid, and then 1.5 millimeter for the body of it. Just because they're so small and it's such a tight radius, it needs to bend. The lids are a little bit thinner because I want them to, they're smaller on there. So with this larger surface area on this top, it's easier to get that bend, to get some support from it. The smaller ones tend to be a bit stiffer, so they need to be a little bit thinner to bend. There's a number of ways that you can actually produce these slats. You can buy veneer if you're doing something really small like this. And if you hunt around, you'll find a thickness that'll work for you. But in my case, I tend to make my own. So if I'm going historically, the ways that I have found that seem to be supported for making these slats would be by first taking a likely candidate, a log, completely in the round, as green as you can get it, and you're going to use a splitting tool called a froe, and you're going to split that thing. A froe is an L-shaped blade. Just a second. So this is a froe. It is used for splitting lumber. It is basically a long wedge, a thin blade, and you will take and you will set this on top of your log, and then you will use a wooden maul, and you will use it to drive it down into the log. And as you go down, it will cause the wood to split along the natural stress line, usually be fairly straight, get a little wavy. A lot of that is learning the tree and knowing what you're looking for. Again, you want that smooth, straight grain, and the species of the tree is also important. So you'll use the maul and you'll split it down, and then you'll go down and you'll split it into pie-shaped wedges as you go. And then from there, getting it as thin as you can with the froe, and then switching to draw knife. There is not a lot of evidence that I found as to how they would have done it historically. There's some more modern evidence dating back to the 40s, possibly back as far as the 20s, that seems to educate that they've been using froes for a while. I can find some videos for shingle makers, which are very similar in size to what we need for these bentwood, but much shorter. Usually the thin shingles are less than a foot long, whereas for a box like this, you need about 24 to 30 inches, depending on what you're making. And they would split the wood. First, they would cut it to the length they need. They would immerse it in hot water and let it cook for a while until it gets nice and soft, the bark fell off. Then they would pull that segment out, block it, and then they would use a knife very similar to the froe blade. It was a straight blade. It was a style of draw knife or a splitting knife that had a handle straight out to the side, on either side. They would put it on top of the wood and they would push down to shave off a thin plank. And those would then be set aside and allowed to dry and used for shingles. So kind of working with that and what I can find, processing the slats for bentwood to give you something kind of like this. Long, thin slat here, which would be we again start with the froe, split out your wedges, and then split from there, and then plane it flat, scrape it using an axe. And there's a variety of different methods I've been playing with that I haven't really gotten around to it. For the most part, I've been sticking mostly to modern tools. So when I find it, like I found the pine at the box store, I'll bring it home, I'll chop it into a usable length, and then I'll use my table saw to resaw it to get it down as thin as I can, and then I'll move over to a hand plane to thin it down further than that to get it to a nice, thin, consistent thickness for bending. Once I've got that down, I'll move over. I use a large metal trough over a heat source, put it in there, and you want the water not quite boiling. I want to say, if I remember correctly, it was around 230 degrees. At least in my trough, it wasn't boiling. It was hot enough that it was uncomfortable to stick my hands in for long, and I wanted sticks to reach in there and pull out the wood. And then I will grab it, and I will wrap that piece around a form. Once it's hot, nice and steamy, I'll grab it, put it around the form. I will use a couple of pieces of wood and a couple of spring clamps. This is by no means modern, obviously, but this is how I have had success till now as I'm researching more period methods of doing it, and I've had some pretty good luck with it. So we'll end up something like this. And then I'll place it face down on my workbench, and I will proceed to roll it so that it follows the form until I get back to the other end. And as I go, I lock it in place with more cauls and more clamps and working my way all the way around. Once I've got that done, I'll let it sit and dry. Normally it dries for about 24 hours, and then I'll pull it off of the form. I will clamp it back to itself and let it further dry. The moisture on the outside of the wood has dried at that time, but a lot of times it's still damp on the inside since there's no airflow between the slat and the form. From there, I will glue them. So I'll end up with something kind of like this. It's this one is actually pine, I believe, as well. I got really lucky with this one. There was actually a knot in here. You can kind of see I got some tear out and some chipping on it, but I was able to actually salvage it, and it did bend out. When you're bending the area here, that sharper bend is really the harder part to work with. That is where you're most likely to have any kind of problems. You can do your best. Thin wood, make sure it's perfectly flat. You want to round your edges here so you don't have any sharp lines. Anything sharp is more prone to tear out or breakage. Usually you get good results, not always. There is a certain amount of risk every time you're doing it. There's always that heart-stopping moment when you're bending it and going, okay, is it going to go, is it going to go, or is it going to blow out? And you just hope for the best. So here, like I said, I've glued it, let that stand. Once I've glued it, I'll then go in, I'll set my base into it. And then once I've set my base, if I'm going to do a lid, I will use the actual box itself to make the ring for the lid. And I'll wrap that around there so I get a nice tight fit. You saw with that one earlier, these are nice and snug. They're not going anywhere, so they're gonna make a good solid fit. Going on there, the lid doesn't fall off. And once I've got the lid in place, more often than not, when these are put together, they're put in there, and then there are pegs that hold the bottom to the box. It seems an odd number seems to be pretty common, usually 5 or 7 pegs holding it in place. They're fairly small. I actually have found that a 5/64 dowel, also known as a toothpick, works really well for going through here. They fit in nice and snug, and a little bit of glue, and put it in place. From there, I'll drill it and I'll lace it together and then put my finish on it. So these are more historical examples that I've seen. The other options is, again, kind of like this one. We've got a snap box, and these are done by, if I can get something to raise this up a little bit. Here we got it. And you're going to pull it out a little bit, lift, and slide, and the lid comes off. There's a little lip here that latches down on the top of that lid that holds it in place. A little bit of click, and then you pick it up and carry it away. I had the good fortune in 2019 of actually going to Sweden, and I got to see some things. One of the things that I saw that I had been looking for years, I had seen one depiction of a handled box that had a different configuration for the lid. Instead of the snaps, it actually had a pivoting lock on it. And I was fascinated by that because a lot of people get a little intimidated by the snaps. They are a little bit finicky. You got to have a good bit of hand strength to pull them open. But we happened to walk into a museum, an open air museum, and we found one that had a lid like this, where it is a fixed T-shape here and a rotating lock here that opens and closes. So, and then again, you can pick it up and walk it away. There are a lot of the boxes that you can find still in museums that are post-period. They're very heavily decorated. If you start looking around in auction sites, you will find some. They've been painted, usually 1800s. They don't last a whole lot longer than that. They're very thin. They dry out. They can crack. They're not the big, heavy, sturdy pieces we see. They're modern Tupperware, kind of does the same job in some cases. We use totes and bins. They use bentwood. So there's a lot of them out there if you know where to look, and the more you look, the more they kind of pop up on you. So I have been researching these now for since 2013, I want to say, and have made quite a few of them, and I'm still learning things as I go. I am more than happy to talk about it. If you're interested in a little more information, or you'd actually like to see some of the things I've talked about in process, I've got a number of my videos linked, from everything from splitting the wood down to heating it up, down to bending it at my blog, which is Sawdust and Shavings, all one word, .home.blog. You can also see a lot of videos on the early Sweden, again, all one word, YouTube that Mistress Disa Eberkalundi has put up. And I would love to hear from people. If you have any questions or feedback, I'd love to see what you make. So thank you for tuning in. Have a nice day.
This chant is called Puer Natus Est Nobis and is an introit for Christmas Day. An introit is a chant that is sung while the priest approaches the altar for the Eucharist. The text comes from Isaiah 9:6 and Psalm 98 and is translated as follows. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called the Angel of Great Counsel. Sing unto the Lord a new canticle, for he hath done marvelous things. It ends with the Latin doxology, which you hear over and over in Gregorian chant, and which translates to, Glory to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. Puer natus est nobis, et filius datus est nobis, cuius imperium super humerum eius, et vocabitur nomen eius, magni concilii angelus, cantate Domino canticum novum, quia mirabilia fecit, gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sancto, sicut erat in principio, et nunc et semper, et in saecula saeculorum. Amen.
Greetings and salutations. I am His Lordship Volk the Grey, Arcarius to Arcos Master Griffin the Black, protege to Sir Cedric Wolfraven, yeoman of the Everclear Barony of Glamere, and a bard, and at times I play Father Christmas. This is my friend Ramon. Say hello, Ramon. And I love you too. I have a tale to tell about the connection between Odin and Christmas. I call it Odin All-Father Christmas. Many traditions can be traced back to Yule. There are those who view Yule as a holy period that lasts 12 days, in which Odin is referred to as All-Father. Odin is known for taking many forms. One of these is as a traveler with a white beard and wearing a cloak and a hood. Other similarities: he flies through the sky, rewarding good and punishing bad. Sleipnir, his flying horse, has 8 legs. I wonder what Christmas tradition that might have a connection to. Yes. He is a gift giver. In the Eddic poem, Vulspa in Skama, and I apologize if I'm getting that incorrect, Freya elaborates on Odin as gift giver. We'll ask Odin to keep us in mind. He gives gold to those who are worthy. He gave Hermoth a helmet and armor. He gave Sigmund a sword as a gift. He gives victory to some, money to others, eloquence to many, and common sense to all. He gives waves to the sea, word skill to poets. He gives many the happiness of love. All-Father could see if you were good or bad. Every morning he would send out his ravens, Hunan and Munin, out to the 9 realms, and in the evening they would return with news. Other similarities: carols and caroling. The Norse love a good song. Nights of magic, magical creatures, and holiday miracles. Gifts of cakes, cookies, and sweets. One of my favorite things. Wreaths, Yule log, drinking, sláinte, or skull in this case, mistletoe, and the tree. I will end this with a quote from a post by the Sons of Vikings on December 15th, 2017. Holidays are times when the traditions of our many ancestors come down to us in blended form. Despite its diverse points of origins, Christmas is still a time in which people brave the cold to come together, strengthening the bonds of kinship and friendship. Think of their past and of their future, and consider their spiritual place in the world. My lords and ladies, I am His Lordship Volk the Grey. I hope you have a good night, and I hope you have a good day.
much sort of focus on the textile side. I'm going to be presenting a talk today, which is going to go through a few different things, a little bit about the SCA, a little bit with some of the work I'm doing with some Coast Salish weavers outside of the SCA, and then a lot about foraging, and really it's about what color is out there and how you can incorporate that into what you like to do. So the talk's called Lessons from the Forest, Natural Dyeing with Mushrooms, Lichens, and Plants. I'm going to start by saying good evening, and I'd like to acknowledge that I am broadcasting from the shared unceded territory of the Musqueam First Nations. So my passion is trying to understand and recreate ancient textiles. In the SCA, and for most of my adult life, I've focused. I'll answer some of the questions as they pop up. One of the questions is Coast Salish, as in First Nations people. Yeah, and I'll cover that. I'll cover that towards the end. So in pre-Christian Europe, in the SCA, I focus on Viking Age, Anglo-Saxon, and late period Roman, sort of in the Germanic area. I like looking at ancient animal breeds and how fiber was processed, spun, dyed, and woven. At this stage, I've also studied and learned from people all over the world. My husband and I had the opportunity to live in South Africa for about 4 years, which is Drakenswald, and we ended up doing a rain and getting to sort of travel around there and interact with a lot of other people and the artists over there. And then when I'm not in the SCA, I'm an ecologist. So basically, I focus for a job on sort of the assemblages within the forest, what fits together, and then how do we help manage those. For up here, we call them species at risk in Canada. You guys call them endangered species, but it's the same thing. So I did a lot of work on frogs and birds and that kind of stuff. And this is me and my husband, Duke Alfer. Some people know him, and these are our 3 kids. And we live here on the Musqueam Reserve, though we're settler descent. I'm settler descent. So what does that look like recreating ancient textiles? So there's a piece here. If you look at the picture, you can see some coils, some metal coils. So that's sort of Finnish Iron Age, which is a culture at the same time as the Vikings, but just a culture over, and all around sort of Latvia. And so if I'm looking at wanting to recreate something, first I start with what's the right sheep breed. So these sheep here, these are an ancient breed. These are Gotlandic sheep, where both the male and female sheep have horns still. And they have other aspects of them that make them an ancient breed. They're also quite a bit smaller. So I look at the fiber to start. And then I process them using the tools that they would have had at the time. These are Viking combs. Then I spin them up. It gets dyed. And then we get weaving. So this loom is called a warp weighted loom. It's got, you can see at the bottom, it's weighted at the bottom, and then you move those bars to give you your pattern. And then here we are. This is, I'm sure you all know Kalja. So Kalja came up here and we did a demonstration at the local museum when they did a Viking show. We were actually demonstrating how to warp up and then use the warp weighted loom. And so this is one of the finished products. And so these are 2 outfits. This is Finnish Iron Age that my husband and I stepped down in when we did a rain here in Ontario. And one of the great things about the SCA that I love is collaborative projects. So a whole bunch of people worked on different aspects of this outfit. And then the red, for example, that was dyed with madder, and the green was dyed, and the gloves. And so there's sort of different aspects of the outfit that were naturally dyed. As we know, Hollywood usually depicts ancient people as being in all browns and golds and tans and beige. If you do a Google image search for Vikings, those are the colors that come up. But as we know, in the SCA, ancient people had a lot of different colors. There's a lot more going on than Hollywood tells you, as I'm sure most of you know. And so for many years, because I came in from the SCA, I wanted to use what were period dyes, which were all European-based dyes. So here we've got a shop in Vancouver, BC called Maiwa, which is a great shop. And it sells dyes by the bin. And so I would get in my car and I would drive down to the store and I would buy dyes that were period. But I kind of realized over time that my circle, my hoop of learning, if you will, was a little bit broken, that I was starting from a store and not some of the other things. So this talk has a few kind of lessons that I've put together. Part of them through the job that I've had, I've been in the woods for about 25 years kind of thing. And I've also, oh my gosh, that makes me sound so old. also through the SCA and stuff. So the first lesson is that not all our teachers are meant to be human. And it was a woman by the name of Dr. Pavel, who's down in Washington, said that to me. And it's true that on some level we are meant to go into the forest and we are meant to explore. And there's things there that no one can teach us, that we're meant to do those things. And there's a lot there to learn. And so there's things that I can't teach you from this presentation. So get out there if you can. So there's 3 general dye sources, I would say. One is our local forest, which is what I'm going to focus on today. There's also grocery stores. There's things there that you can forage for very inexpensively. I can tell you some of my tricks. And then of course there's growing your own dye garden, which is kind of its own talk. I'm not really going to cover that today, but those are some sources that you can do that bypasses the store, well, except for the grocery store, I suppose. So when we tend to think of foraging, I think many of us think berries. So these are 3 of the sort of the biggest berries around here that we get from our forest, which is salmonberry, thimbleberry, and huckleberries. But there's more out there, and that's what we're going to cover today. So these are sort of 3 taxa. So one is mushrooms, one is plants, and one are lichens. And so we're going to go through what exactly those are and what you can use to dye. So everything on the screen right now are dyers. The mushroom, which is a coral mushroom, is called Romaria. That actually gives you a vibrant purple. But oddly enough, you have to use it right away. It cannot be stored or dried or frozen. For plants, this is goldenrod, which is a native plant, at least up here. I'm not sure if you guys have it down in Oregon. You get brilliant yellows. And this lichen is called Evernia prunastria. You find it a lot on hardwoods that grow in urban areas. So cherry wood, apples, maples. So after a good windstorm, you can go and collect. And I'll show you what kind of colors you can get when you collect it. So plants, by definition, these are organisms that are solar powered. So if it's an organism that can take sunlight and make it into sugars using chlorophyll, it's a plant. And it's the basis of most terrestrial ecosystems. And obviously plants come in a variety of sizes. Shocking. And so in terms of what you can dye with, there's a huge seasonality to plants. There's different things happening at different times of year, and you can get different colors. You can do things like use the whole plant, which is like lupin, which I've got a picture of later, and that gives you green. For flowers, there's goldenrods. There's also cones of trees. So alder cones can give you a super, super dark chocolate brown. Berries, pokeberry is a classic example. It's a little further east, but it's a brilliant fuchsia dye. It's actually, for being a berry, it's quite stable. There's the inner bark, which is a lot of pre-contact dyeing was with bark. This is alder and hemlock. So, and a lot of this is harvest. You want to harvest in wintertime. I realize now I've got it in Celsius, so you'll have to do the Fahrenheit. At 7 Celsius and below, if anyone can do the math on that quickly in terms of Fahrenheit, maybe they can post it to the chat. You can post that to the chat. Is when the sap inside stops. It stops flowing, and that's when you can harvest the bark. Of course, being conscious of doing that in a way that doesn't affect the tree or hurt the tree. In terms of roots, the picture in the upper right-hand corner is Oregon grape root. Oregon grape is a local shrub. When you peel it with a peeler, you'll get that luminous yellow dye inside. And also bulbs like onions and bulrush. There's a few other bulbs around that can give you color. There we go. The math is just cold. 7 Celsius is 44.5 degrees Fahrenheit. So mushrooms cannot use sunlight by definition to get sugars. They are also called fungi. I like calling them mushrooms because I think it's more fun. Then they are decomposers. These are, oh my goodness, it's my daughter. These are organisms that take organic matter and break it down into its until its chemical composition. So things like nitrogen, phosphorus, all of those things are freed up in the forest. So, yes, Maya. Those mushrooms are called sulfur tufts. And while they're very poisonous, they give a beautiful yellow. And they're out right now.
Thank you.
I'm going to message your dad and see if your dad might be able to come and grab you. Here we go. Can you grab Maya? This is slightly embarrassing. Yeah. Okay, so these are the fruiting bodies of larger organisms that live in the soil. There we go. We've got another little person that live in the soil. And science is once again catching up with indigenous knowledge, which is that fungi anchor and protect trees and the forest. So I'm going to duck in there a little bit, drill into this a little bit, because the science is very, very cool right now. There's a lot of cutting edge stuff that's coming out. All the little people. Okay, so the next slide. So what we've known for a long time is something called mycorrhizal relationships. And the idea is that trees, so what we know is that trees make more sugars than they need, and they disperse those to fungi in the forest floor. And that the fungi are making more of these base compounds that they need, and they pass those to the tree. So there's a kind of a give and take happening there, a symbiotic relationship. But what we now know, and what's getting more and more interesting, and this is really cutting edge stuff, is that the fungi are connected to a whole bunch of trees. And if there's a tree that gets sick in their network, they'll take sugars from other trees and send them to the sick tree. So they're really actively managing the forest. Which is really, it's kind of really cool stuff. The other thing I was just reading last night is danger signals come in. So if a tree gets injured at all, it can actually will send those danger signals throughout the mycorrhizal relationship fungi highway. It's very cool stuff happening. So dye mushroom season, we're right in the middle of dye mushroom season. It runs August to November. It's identification of mushrooms can be very tricky. It can be, it's not just what something looks like, it can be based on what something smells like. Like, there we go. Chanterelles, for example, should have a fruity smell. There's ones that look like chanterelles, but they don't smell fruity, and so things like that. What they even taste like, what they're growing on, if it's growing on a Douglas fir versus a birch, that can help you. In terms of, and I've got just a note here about the Puget Sound Mycological Society, which has been great. And I know down in Oregon, you guys have your own Oregon Mycological Society. So there's always some society around that you can connect with that'll get you going in terms of identification. So that's kind of a great place to start. Around here, so we've got the Vancouver Mycological Society, which probably helps nobody in this call, but at least up here, there's fall teaching forays, there's monthly talks, and then online identification. And a lot of this is online right now, but hopefully that will change in future. So why do these organisms create mushrooms in the first place? What tells you, what the reason is if we look underneath the mushroom. So what mushrooms are doing is creating, they like lots and lots of surface areas underneath the structure to disperse spores. And so those spores meet other spores and create new mushrooms. And so either they can have, I'm not sure if you can see my mouse, but for example, this looks like a Paxilla on the lower left. These are gills. These are gill structures. These are the folds. Over here, with probably the person with the best name ever is Fluffburger. That's their real name. Took this photo with the pores, thinking of the pores. Up above, this is called a Hydnellum peckii, which is a great mushroom. It's probably one of my favorites when you see it on the forest floor. Like there's no better mushroom for Halloween than a bloody tooth, Hydnellum peckii. And you can see they have these little structures. These are what we call teeth underneath. There's more gills. And then there's just great big, what we call polypores or conchs. And this one is just sort of, it just gets layer upon layer to create that big surface area. So that's what's happening. And these are what people collect for different reasons, most often for foraging, for food, some people for hallucinogenic reasons, and others for dyeing or medicinal reasons, I suppose. So the third group, so we've done plants, we've done mushrooms, and the third one is lichen. So what is a lichen? What it is, it's a structure that's a symbiotic relationship with one algae and then two lichens over top of it. And it's kind of an interesting story. We used to think it was one algae and one lichen. And then there was a guy with almost no educational background in a trailer park in the Eastern Seaboard, looked at these under a microscope and realized it was actually two fungi together, and basically overturned like 150 years of science. And that's a really exciting thing about mushrooms and lichens, is almost no one is studying them. So it's kind of where we were like 200 years ago with plants. Like it's that far behind. So if you want to discover new species, go into mushrooms. It's kind of this weird last frontier. Generally, these grow on trees and are rocks or rocky outcroppings. And there's two ways we get color. One is called the boiled water method. And this is for your oranges, your yellows, your browns. which is what it sounds like. It's just boiling it in water. And the other is fermenting. And that's when you add lichen into like a vat. And by vat, I mean, I just use a plastic apple juice container with a little top. I used to use glass, but there was an incident and my husband said, no way, so now they're plastic. You know, it's not very authentic, but whatever, it works, it bounces better. So when you're fermenting that, and that's how you get your purples, your pinks, your fuchsias, your reds from lichens that way. And also these organisms, they're often very slow growing, and you have to harvest them ethically, and we're going to cover how to harvest ethically in a little bit. So this is an example. This is Avernia prunastria. So this is the one after a big windstorm. You'll see it a lot of like boulevards under hardwood trees. So if you stick it in, this is our plastic apple juice container. Fill it half full of ammonia and half full of water, and give it a shake every once a day kind of thing, and it'll start going purple. And these are some of the colors you can get from it. So that's something that you can go and harvest just easily, even in the middle of urban centers and in cities. So this is on to lesson 2, which is, if possible, always create outside. And this is something we kind of know in the SCA. These 2 pictures come from, there's an event in Helsinki in Finland, which is the barony of, sorry, my brain. But, and they do sort of like an event for a week. And so this is dying. So the one on the right is us doing Indigo Vat Day. And on the left, we have, this is how they smoke salmon over there. And it's always great. It's always great to get outside. And the other thing to keep in mind is, if you are somebody from what we call a targeted or a marginalized group, whether it's from a visual or whatever it is, your orientation, you don't always feel safe, and you aren't always as safe as other people in the woods. And that can be discouraging in terms of foraging. And there are some groups, Facebook foraging groups, that have really begun to lead in this way. And so one, for example, is the Pacific Northwest Mushroom Identification Facebook group. And now they encourage, they have queer positive forages, for example, that are by and for members of targeted groups to actually go out and be able to enjoy the woods and be able to learn and put safety measures in place in new ways that we didn't have before. So I would really encourage you to, if that's something that you feel comfortable with, seeking them out. I'm not sure how it's happening now with COVID, of course, but you can at least have a look at that. I just wanted to mention that. I know the woods are different for different people. So this picture, there's a pretty much the world expert on mushroom dyeing is out of Seattle. Her name is Alyssa Allens, and she teaches like a 3-day dye class. So she was up here. So this photo is from her class, and these are all mushrooms and lichens. So what I thought we could do sort of very quickly is go through every color of the rainbow, and I'm just going to show you some of your options, because I think some people think, okay, there's just browns or yellows, but there actually is lots happening out there. So here it goes. So how do I get a true red, which is also a color very valued by First Nations groups around here? Here it is. Here's the bad news. When you get into mushroom dyeing, mushrooms, you kind of need to know the scientific name. You can't keep using common names because not a lot of people use them. And also there's a strong trading culture. And if you're trading, you need to know exactly what you have and exactly what you're trading for. So these are 3 mushrooms. In a scientific name, you have the first one name and a second name. So the first one is the genus, which is like the group of species, and the second name is the species. So for example, these are all what we call Cordnarius mushrooms. They're called the red quartz. They're very prized. And these are out right now. So if red is your color, this is what's happening in the woods right now. As you can see, the one at the top is all red. The top, the gills, and the stem the stemmies is all red. The one in the middle, the cap is just red, and the semi-sanguineous at the bottom, it's just the gills. It's the same pigment, but it has different concentrations for each of the species. And you can mix those together in the dye pot. It'll give you the same red. You can get reds with red alderbark. I've seen reds given it. I've started getting into cedar bark dyeing. I have not managed to get a red using red alderbark on wool. That's not to say that you can't. I just haven't managed it yet, but I thought I would put that in the presentation. In terms of orange, Putting the slide together made me realize I'm not trying for orange very often. It's not one of those colors for whatever, and I like orange, but you're not usually dying for it for whatever reason. If you look at the colors on the right-hand side of your screen, you'll see there's a good orange kind of up from red a couple. That's the same red mushrooms I showed, but with a splash of vinegar. When you make that dye pot more acidic, lower the pH, you'll get a bright orange. Another way to get orange is here on, oops, it's zoomed in somehow. There we go. To get orange on the left-hand side, that's a kind of mushroom. It's also right now called lobster mushrooms. So here you go, the two at the top. So lobster is an interesting kind of mushroom. It's it parasitizes a mushroom on the inside. So the mushroom inside is white, it doesn't do anything. So when we harvest it, we skin that, and then we skin the lobster, and then we dry. I have a dehydrator, which is useful when you get into mushroom dyeing and mushroom stuff. So I dry it, and then I take those shavings and then I dye with in my vat, and that really helps kind of give me good concentrated color. You can get a great orange just with tap water with that. And then lichens, you can use Usnea, which is also a really common lichen. You find it not just in the forest, but in on boulevards and stuff as well. And that gives you kind of a rusty yellow. And then, like I said, that Cordonarius with acid, with like a vinegar, can give you that orange as well. So here we are with yellow. Lots of stuff gives you yellow. So some of the mushrooms, these are boletes in the lower, Boletus zelleri in the lower left-hand corner. These are mushrooms just from my front yard. So I harvest them, I peel off those pores, and I just dry those pores. In the middle, here's goldenrod. Over here on the right, this is a kind of mushroom. It's huge. And it's funny, if you'd asked me a couple of years ago if I'd ever seen it before, I would have said no. And now I see it every time I'm out in the woods. It's everywhere. And you find it in connections with Western hemlock. You find them on stumps, Western hemlock. And if you add a little, so you get yellow, you can get really about 30 different shades. It's a really versatile, really concentrated, which is why it's called Dyer's polypore. Lots and lots of color there. Here, this is the Oregon grapefruit, and then also things like onion. And I think so this slide here, I just kind of wanted to address the idea of exhaust baths. So you've done all this work, you've foraged for the stuff. When you do your first dye, you're going to get your color. If you keep going, you'll actually get more shades. And it's lazy. And if we can't be like, I'd rather be lazy, right? So why not? So if you dye with onion skins, and I'll tell you my secret because I'm cheap. This is what I do. So I go to the store, and we have a setup at my local grocery store that has shallots, which are like small onions, and they're a really good dyer. So I'll go to the shallots, and I get all the skins, and I shove the skins in like the little bag, and then I put one shallot in, and one shallot's about 26 cents. So I get this big bag for 26 cents, and then I just do that every grocery shop. And so I have lots and lots of bags ready to go. That's what I do. You guys can steal my idea. So if you have 1-to-1, so you have a pound of wool, a pound of dried skin, you're going to get a deep, deep brown. But if you take that out and try again, you're going to get into the golds. So those are easy way to get two colors, and it's a beautiful gold. It's a great dyer. Greens, you kind of have two different shades. So on the right-hand side of your screen, on the right and the bottom, these are called lupins, and they like really disturbed habitats. You'll see them next to highways, dirt roads, gravel roads. You want to harvest them before they flower. So before they flower, they're super concentrated. And if you want 300%, which is for every pound of wool, you want 3 pounds of lupin. And if you dye that, you see this middle lupin with iron. So at the end of your dyeing, you add a splash of iron. You don't add too much iron because it's hard on the wool, but just a little bit will give you the sort of beautiful minty green. And if you're into olive greens, you're gonna add a little bit of iron. So I don't really go into it too much with this talk, but when you add different metals with your dyeing, you can change the color. You can kind of do a bunch of fun stuff. So this is Dyer's polypore. These are 4 shades with Dyer's polypore. If you want the greens, you're gonna need to add a little bit of iron. And you can also do alder cones or some greens there.
We did just have a question come up. When we're talking about iron, are we talking about liquid iron? What is the form?
Yeah. So I go through. I am at this stage more interested in just the chemistry, and I know what works. So we have a shop here that sells natural dye called Maiwa. You can probably get stuff on Amazon, which is ferrous sulfate, which is just like a powder. and you want 6%. So I know you guys don't work in grams, but if I had 100 grams of wool, I want 6 grams. So it's with aluminum or what we call alum, you want 15, but with wool, iron, you need a lot less because iron is really hard on wool. So for different kinds of mordants, you can get them online. And then you can also, there are some plants that have a high aluminum content and iron. So if you're really hardcore, you can also forage for your mordants, which is more hardcore than I am generally because it takes a lot of time. So I get mine online, but there are people that do like rusty nails, and you can do rusty stuff, but you've got to be careful. If it's too rusty, it'll chew up your yarn. If there's not enough rust, if there's not enough iron, it won't dye properly. So it's a bit more of a risk, but it's certainly kind of a more fun, interesting way to go. I think people call it hippie dyeing, which is when you throw stuff in a pot. And I think hippie dyeing is a really important part of dyeing, and it lets you try different things. So, go with what works. And dyers polypore with iron. So this is the color we don't really have a word for in English. It's kind of a third green, a third gray, and a third blue. When you see it, some people call it glaucous, but it's not quite the right word. And so what you get here, this is from what we call the hydnellums, which are the mushrooms that have the little teeth on the bottom. People also call them hedgehogs, which is sarcodon, or hawkswing is another name. And those are just about to come out. Kind of a muted teal. I don't know, like there's more gray here than in a teal. But you can dye with it, and you guys can tell me what you think. When I dye with it, I'm like, I don't know what to call this. I like it. So lots of these mushrooms are coming up, and I actually have them here. So local mushrooms from Healthy Forests, hydnellums we talked about, Omphalotus, which I think maybe is more your guys's. We don't really get Omphalotus up here. That's like my favorite color. I agree, isn't it a great color? And Sarcodon. Sarcodon is the hawkswing. And these are the tooth porter gill mushrooms. So, and like I said, we're just getting into this season. So if you like this color, you can get some pretty interesting stuff happening. And then we're doing the rainbow, and the one is into blue, and blue is kind of hard to get, right? Like a true blue. I started getting into dyeing with Coast Salish weavers, which we can talk about in a second, but I was interested in how we get blue. So this is a book. Oh, this is an SCA talk. So let me give you kind of an interesting aspect of research. Somewhere between 1600 and 1700, so this is long before contact with Europeans here, there was a village called what we call now the Ozette village in the Olympic Peninsula. So this is very northwestern tip of Washington. And there was a terrible mudslide, and the whole village was covered. And when the archaeologists were excavating the village, they found a Coast Salish blanket. Well, I'm going to show you pictures of Coast Salish blanket in a second. In that blanket, there was a dark blue. So we know that they had a dark blue, but we don't know how they had a dark blue, right? So, but they had it from somewhere. Either they traded it, who knows? And when I read, so this is Paula Gustafson, who wrote a book in 1981 called Coast Salish Weaving. And she says in it, there is no dye material indigenous to the Pacific Northwest that gives true shades of blue using native plants or minerals as dye stuff. And I thought, well, great, but what about this find where we know for a fact, it predates European contact by about over 100 years. So where did it come from? And I don't know the answer. And that's the interesting thing about Coast Salish textiles. No one has looked at the dyes, specifically the dyes. And so it's kind of neat to think about. This is a close-up of a Coast Salish blanket. It came to the museum, the National Finnish Museum, in 1826. Modern dyes are created in Europe in the 1850s. We know the colors in this blanket have to be from natural sources. There's no other option by the time this blanket made it to the museum. So this blanket is from somewhere in the Pacific Northwest, because the Europeans who were on the ships didn't take careful notes. So it's just traded blanket, whatever. And I can see from this blanket with my own eyes, there is blue in it. This blanket would be a mixture of mountain goat and Coast Salish woolly dog. So where does this blue come from, right? I'm going somewhere with this. This lichen is called Xanthoria peripatina, or the marine sunburst lichen. Now this lichen is weird. So it's bright yellow, as you can see. It's very common, and it feeds on nitrogen, which means it's one of the very few lichens that likes pollution. So if you're on the I-5, if you're heading into Seattle from the north, you'll see they have those big overpasses and they're quite yellow. They're yellow with this lichen. So what I do, especially after, like I said, after a big windstorm, if you get branches that fall and then you can harvest. So I don't harvest from live trees, but if you get a branch that falls, this lichen's dead. It can't live on the ground. So that's a time to harvest it. So you harvest the lichen and you put it in your container with I have urine. I wouldn't recommend it. I would recommend household ammonia and water. And the liquid turns a cherry red. Great. The cherry red liquid dyes bubblegum pink. Great. You bring this into sunlight. It's photosensitive. It goes blue. So is that the right blue? I don't know. Here's some more of it. So it's an interesting source of blue. And I would think that before kind of the advent of science, if somebody were to dye it pink and get blue in the sunlight, it would have been a pretty magical, and it is magically anyway, even knowing the science, it's still magical. So into the pinks and purples, these are mushrooms and lichens, and either you're fermenting with lichens. So the one on the left, this is an umbilicariate, which I'm going to show you. The purple in the upper middle is from Tapenella. That's a mushroom. It's still kind of the end of Tapenella season. It's also called velvet pax or velvet-footed mushroom. The purple in the lower center is called Hapalopolis. If you're around a lot of birch trees, this is a polypore on birches. Be aware it's highly toxic. It's very poisonous. So you've got to be very careful. If you harvest it and you're storing it, please be aware of that. And then the picture on the right is the same as the Avernia picture I showed you already. So what does that look like? So here I am. This is me at a site on one of the we call them Gulf Islands. You guys call them something else off the Washington coast. This is umbilicariate. It's quite a big lichen. If you can see it on my hand, it's quite a substantial one. So I harvest enough for very small projects. I don't harvest a lot of this. And even then, it's so slow growing. I haven't harvested even it for a while, and I might not harvest it at all. So you put it in your vat. This is when I was dyeing with glass before the incident. So there we go. And it goes, you shake it every once in a while and it goes that purple. And then you get this. And this is actually a Viking Age dye. We know from Viking Age analysis, they had this lichen. And so these are leg wraps I did for my husband. Yeah. It's not the most light fast one. So if you just spend a lot of time in the sunlight, it's going to fade. But we have this feeling, in the SCA, purple was reserved for upper class and, the royal purple. Not so at least with the Viking Age. There's lots of purple wandering around. So there we are. Sorry, I forgot I had this picture thrown in. So as you can see, it's him in a step down and looking a little ragged. And those are the leg wraps. So those are Viking Age dyed leg wraps, bright purple. This is a close-up of another Coast Salish blanket. And I'm not covering Coast Salish weaving or anything in this talk, but just for the sake of argument, this blanket was woven in the 1920s or 30s. And right now it's listed in the museum as being commercially dyed, which it might be. It might be commercially dyed. Keep in mind on the Coast Salish blankets, there's been no analysis of the dyes, but that's what it's listed as. This is called pokeberry. It's found east of here. And this is the color it gives. It's pretty close. It's a really distinctive fuchsia. So, and pokeberry is a little bit of a unique berry. Often the berries will dye like a purple, but it fades to gray very quickly. Pokeberry is quite a stable dye. It's kind of a unique berry that way. It's also poisonous, so keep that in mind, especially for dogs. So people put them in their gardens, but just be aware it's quite a poisonous berry. What about black? There's oral traditions here of placing fleece hides in black clay or mud for extended periods. You can also get a very dark brown with iron and red alder cones. You can use tin and iron. I can get a true black with logwood, which is a South American dye with iron. You can get a true black if you're interested. And then I just want to touch on ethical wildcrafting for non-Indigenous folks. So in British Columbia, and this is probably different than in Washington and Oregon, so make sure you're obeying all the laws. You can harvest on private land. What we call up here is leased crown land, which is, if you're out in the bush and there's those logging roads that go to the timber blocks. I don't know what you guys call them. Up here we call them leased crown land. Everybody has the ability to go and harvest along those roads. And we have what we call here, and this is the legal technical term, is Indian reserves. I know you guys call them reservations, but if you have permission of the nation, you're also allowed to harvest there with permission. And then there's 3 general rules of wildcrafting that we would always want to obey, which is number 1, don't kill something when you can just take apart. Don't take more than you need. And don't take more than the population can stand, which is especially true with lichens. You've got to be very aware of it. And really, generally, I try to steer people away from rock lichens and just do the windfall lichens. You can get all the colors you need, you can get from there. On to lesson 3. Foraging for dyes isn't about finding what you want. It's about finding what's available. And what I mean is when you head out, you often have a very specific thing in mind. And I think when you go into the woods with that mindset, you're risking over harvesting whatever it is. And it's much better to head out. And this is what you find. There's a really strong trading culture. There's something called the Mushroom Dyers Trading Post online. It's a Facebook group. And you can trade things back and forth. Like, do it that way. So explore, appreciate, identify, collect ethically, dry and store, grow your stash, and down the road, you'll have more than enough colors to dye, share, and trade. And so that's what I would encourage. And that kind of helps me keep a healthy mindset when I'm in the woods as well. And how to get started. Also, what if foraging isn't possible or preferable? Not everybody physically is able to head out and forage. So what are some of your options? There are dye workshops. There's local workshops here. This note is for Vancouver, British Columbia, which is my west. They run, I should say, natural dye workshops twice a year. There's stuff going on. I would definitely check out Alyssa Allen's. She runs a group called Mycopigments, myco from mushrooms. And she runs lots of workshops, and she's starting to go online now. She's been posting about her setup in her kitchen. So there's stuff coming that way too. Yeah, there she is, Alyssa Allen's. Useful books. So these are some of the books that are in my library. These are books that I use a lot and I would recommend. They're a great starting point if you're a book person. So the number 1 is Rainbow Beneath My Feet, Mushroom Dyer's Field Guide. The only thing to be aware of, it's a little outdated for scientific names, and a lot of it has the same gap that a lot of earlier dyeing books have, which it doesn't really deal with pH. And if you're a little bit aware of pH, you can radically shift what kind of colors you get. So it's something to keep in mind. It's still a great book to start. The second one is Harvesting Color, which is set up by season, which I really like. The only drawback to it is it's for North America. So I'd really love for a book to be for the Pacific Northwest. That's something I've been thinking about anyway. In terms of specifically mushrooms, there's 2 mushroom books. One is the Mushrooms Demystified, which is a great book, but it's quite a big, substantial book. Yes, there we go. And the other one is called All the Rain Promises and More. And the great thing is they're from the same author. And so I take All the Rain Promises and More with me. And if you want to open up and just show that inside cover, there's that great like little flow chart. Does it have this? Yes or no? Does it have that? Yes or no? And it kind of takes you through without needing a lot of technical knowledge, and it gets you like the right section of the book. And then the little pocket book will say, see this part of this much bigger book, Mushrooms Demystified, which is too big to carry with you. So, and I also like that All the Rain Promises and More doesn't take itself too seriously, which you can probably tell by looking at the cover, which is a guy with a trombone and a big mushroom. So I think he's got chanterelles there. So it's a fun book. It doesn't take itself too seriously. This is not a serious, topic. This one is for British Columbia, but it's probably still works if you're in the Pacific Northwest. It's kind of our Bible up here in terms of plant names and lichens, more into plants. It's set up beautifully. Whatever your plant book, you really want to have something that has maps to help get a zero in on the region. And this last one is if you are interested in the people of the Pacific Northwest and you're interested in Coast Salish, this is a new book. It's actually written by Coast Salish people about their own robes. And so it just came out, I think came out 2 years ago. And it's a good one. So other resources, there's the Puget Sound Mycological Society, the Oregon Mycological Society. There's a free app called iNaturalist, which is great to have in the woods with you. And so what you can do is you can access the app from wherever you are, and it'll show you photos around of where people have been around you and have photographed and identified things. And it's really helpful. I wouldn't use it to figure out if I'm going to eat a mushroom or not. That's not what it's good for, but it's good to identify things. I'm seeing some scary stuff. One of the things I'm noticing online is some people heading into the woods. Let's just pause the presentation for a moment because I'm really disturbed by this. We have people heading into the woods, harvesting everything they find for mushrooms into a mound, photographing the mound, putting the mound on social media, and asking people what they should eat, and then people weighing in on which mushrooms they should eat, and then the people go and eat these mushrooms. That's a terrible idea. Be aware, eating the wrong mushroom, it can kill you, or maybe it won't kill you, but you need a liver transplant or a kidney transplant. Like, don't do this. You need to be very sure of what you're doing, please. Please. All right, there we go. That's my spiel. There's 4 Facebook groups that I use a lot that I just thought I would share. One is the Mushroom and Lichen Dyers United. It's a great resource. It's a very active group. And if you find something and you can identify it and you're not sure what colors you're going to get, you can type the name and it'll come up with everybody with their photos of dying with it. And it can help you. It's a really useful, I use it kind of in sneaky ways, but it's kind of been my go-to. If you're interested in trading, Mushroom Dyers Trading Post is very active, especially for the state of Washington. There's lots and lots of people, and Oregon, I suppose, and British Columbia, trading stuff. So things like maybe you have luxury yarn, or maybe you have honey, or maybe you have tinned salmon, or you have something else. There's people there with dye mushrooms that want to trade with you. There's no money. You can't buy anything. So it's kind of SCA wise. It's kind of like a good bartering trade system. It works. The other one that's just great is the Pacific Northwest Mushroom Identification Forum. And if you go there, you will see that their banner is Black Lives Matter. They have been, for whatever reason, one of the forerunners in making themselves very clear where they stand, and really trying to get as many people out in the woods as possible. I have a lot of respect for how they've handled some of the modern politics and stuff. Another group which has a lot of Coast Salish weavers is the Pacific Northwest Natural Dyers group. I'm one of the admins of that group. And this, heartbreaking, this was supposed to be this year. This was just supposed to be wrapping up. Every 2 years, there's something called the International Fungi and Fiber Symposium. So it was in Norway, I guess 2 years ago. And it's in Port Townsend, Washington. So just over the border on our side. It's on your side, just at the border. And it'll be this time next year. And tickets go on sale in January. And it's a week of intensive mushroom dyeing, foraging, teaching. There's lots of stuff happening. So that's just putting that out there. If mushroom dyeing, you think you're interested, this is going to give you kind of next level stuff. 4th lesson, by far natural dyeing is the easiest textile art to thrive in the presence of young children, because you're already in the kitchen making fish sticks. I don't know about you, if people in the SCA and you have kids and you suddenly can't sit on the couch and knit, and you can't sit on the couch and weave, and there's things that you used to do with your evenings that just isn't happening. For whatever reason, dyeing is not one of those things, because if you're in the kitchen, you're in the kitchen so much anyway. If you've got your dye pots in the back of the stove doing their thing, I do more dyeing now, and I have 3 little kids than I ever did before. So take heart if you're feeling like you can't do what you used to do and you're kind of stressed out about it. Try this. It worked for me. It's really kept my sort of creative energy going. And part 2, children are natural mushroom detectors. Put them to work. They're close to the ground. If you're foraging, you're going slowly anyway. My kids love heading out, and we talk about mushrooms in there. They're great. They see more mushrooms than I do, right? So I just wanted to touch kind of at the end about like some of the work I've been doing. I've kind of put in sort of the minimum so that we can all be on the same page. So when I say Coast Salish, what does that mean? So if you look at the map, Coast Salish is more of a language group, and that within that there are different people that have very distinct cultures. And I'm up there in what's called the Downriver Hulkaminum group. That's the languages around here. You guys are in different ones, and it's all Coast Salish. And so I'm not covering Coast Salish textiles today, but the talk doesn't make sense unless you can see this. So these are 3 of those blankets that came to the museums prior to modern dyes. So we know that all of these dyes are from natural sources. As you can see, if we kind of zoom in a little bit, there's lots of different colors in there happening. There's the reds and the blues. And I'm really, really interested to kind of see about sort of maybe looking at different ways. I'm looking at doing possibly a PhD on it at UBC. So I'm looking at applying. Applications are open November 15th, so I can let you guys know how that goes. But we don't know a lot about it, and I think it would be really fun to look more into that. So I was happily dyeing my way in the SCA minding my own business with my early sort of pre-Christian European stuff. And I get an email from a master Coast Salish weaver named Deborah Sparrow. And that's Deborah there. And so she says, hey, I hear you do this thing. Would you ever be interested in collaborating on a blanket, in that you would do the dyeing for the blanket? And I was like, heck yeah, I would. That sounds amazing. So she said, okay, I'm doing a blanket, and it's for a drug rehabilitation center for youth, which is, okay, this is a big deal. Okay, so she's doing a blanket for a youth rehabilitation center. And I have absolutely no idea how to get colors in a way that would honor doing a Coast Salish blanket. Like, I don't, at this stage, I only knew dyeing in the SCA. And so in this blanket, which hangs in the center, is all Viking Age dyes, because that's all I knew. So these colors in this Coast Salish blanket are all Viking Age, because that's what I gave her. And she was happy with that. So it was after this blanket that I was like, oh my gosh, I was like, I gotta get my act together. This is embarrassing. So this is really what started me on the path of, how do I walk into my woods? Like, okay, I get great, like Viking Age is great. And maybe if I was in Sweden, I could do the stuff, but I know I'm not in Sweden. Like, I'm here. What can I do? And so I started going on a different route. So this is the second, so she came to me again and she's like, I'm doing a yellow blanket. So I did all sorts of experiments and figured out different ways to make yellow. And so this was her blanket that she wove from some of my yellows. And then she said, I'm doing a purple blanket. And so I did purple blankets, of which some of the colors here are from lichens, and that's my daughter Maya wearing the blanket that she made. And then I think I have one more blanket. So then she said, I need greens and I need rust. So so she spins, and then she gives me these big skeins. It's a bit daunting. So I take them and then I do colors, and then there she is, having woven it. Just finishing it up. So that has been a really fun thing to be a part of. It's been fun. From here, this is my friend Rita Komp. She's from Musqueam, and we are doing a blended mushroom dyeing and Coast Salish dyeing workshops for the first time just next month. It's going to be fun. So I think to wrap up, hopefully it's been useful. I hope you feel inspired to explore what's out there with new eyes. Dyeing here is ancient, whether with minerals, plants, metals, lichens, and mushrooms. Modernly, mushroom and lichen dyeing is a relatively new field. It really just started up in the 1980s, and there's new colors and new stuff being discovered all the time. And there's lots of online communities and resources to get you started. And that's my talk. Anyone have any questions?
We have had a couple come through.
Okay.
Somebody, Marl had asked, can you boil your dyes, dye with them, and then ferment them and dye again?
No, I think they would be exhausted at that stage. I think you've probably used them up. They're probably ready for the compost.
Things are like either boil or ferment, and I haven't ever come across one that actually is both. Just to interject on that.
Maybe I misunderstood you. Do you mean, what's it like? You can either boil or ferment? Sorry, maybe I misunderstood your question.
No, this one, I think she's asking about reusing the same dye,
Okay.
just using a separate process to prepare them.
Yeah, basically, I'm asking it from the point of view of, if I find a mystery mushroom or lichen, and I don't know if it's any good as a dye or not, do I have to split it into 2 batches and try it once each way, or can I do?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
batch?
No,
one
good news is no. So what I would do if I was you is I would get a little dropper bottle and have bleach in it. And if you have lichens, what you can do is scratch a little bit of the surface off and add a drop of that bleach. And if it goes pink or purple in the field, you know you can ferment with it and get those colors. So that's that one. And there's no real way to get the boiled water. It's just you got to kind of do it the hard way. There are lichen dyeing books. I could maybe send those along to you guys about that. And then they have listed in the back. But again, you kind of need to know the species. So there are lichen books that can help you. There's Lichens of the Pacific Northwest, which is a book that I have.
I'm
By Bruce
currently looking
McCune?
at The stuff that blows down off the roof and onto my balcony.
Okay.
Who's your lichens of the PNW by?
It's called Macro Lichens of the Pacific Northwest.
Yes, that's the one. It's by
And
Bruce.
Bruce McEwen and Linda Geyser.
They're professors down at Oregon State. I had them as teachers, so.
Yeah, that's the book we use up here. There's no better book.
Geeking out about the books over, so it's like.
You can also get big that are just lichen keys. They're really technical and really hard to use. Like you need to really be a lichenologist to use them. So I would suggest that book instead. One question I've got is harvesting the inner bark safe for trees? And the answer is depends on the tree. So different trees have different widths you can harvest and different ways you can harvest. So you're going to need to speak to somebody with like, why are you harvesting and what do you need? And then finding someone who can help you with that.
I will tell you that for red alder, ours have been blowing down on a fairly regular basis for the last several years. So just contact us after a windstorm.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Yeah, red alder is good. And red alder, is one of those first trees. If there's been a clearing, it really comes in and regenerates the area, regenerates the soil, makes room for the conifers. But if you've got something like a Western red cedar, which are really stressed because of climate change and we want to look after them, that's when it gets really touchy. And the only reason you're going to harvest bark from a Western cedar is to make sort of cedar bark items, which is, again, you're getting into like a cultural, make sure you know what you're doing, and go out with somebody at the right time of year. So I'm not going to answer the question. I'm going to suggest that you find somebody very specifically that you can work with. If they're poisonous, isn't it dangerous to taste them to identify them? If you're getting to the stage where you're tasting to identify, it's a very specific skill. You probably have a lot of mushroom knowledge already. Mushrooms are strange. They're not like plants. So things that are plants like devil's club or poison oak, when you touch them, you've done wrong. Like it hurts. Mushrooms, even the most poisonous mushroom, most poisonous mushroom up here is Amanita paloides, which is like the angel death mushroom, or it has some sort of dramatic name. You can actually pick those up. And if you go to a mushroom show, they often have this mushroom and you can physically hold them in your hands. And it's only when you ingest that things get, that's really bad. And so there are some experts who will put a little bit on their tongue and then spit it out. I'm a mushroom enthusiast. I'm not an expert. And I am not at that stage yet. So I would certainly not recommend anybody putting stuff in their mouths who don't know what they're doing. But that's a good thing. If you go out on a mushroom walk with an expert and let them show you how to do that, probably is a good idea.
There's a whole list of like steps of how you do it that I was taught once that I still don't want to do it. Like, have a tiny bit.
I agree with you.
On your tongue and spit it out, and then like eat a little bit. Like you're doing it over several days of the same thing, and just don't.
Yeah, that works for me.
Just die with it instead. Then you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I do a lot of if I think I've got something, or like if you go through the mushroom dyers, and also I should say Alyssa Allens, who's kind of the world expert out of Seattle, she's writing a book. So there is a book coming about mushroom dyeing and lichen dyeing that will go into a lot more detail. But it's not. I don't think she's finished the book yet. Anyone else have any questions? Oh, blue from China. Interesting. Oh, yeah. Could be. Why not?
And I was also seeing someone has brought up in the sisters interview, you had mentioned dyes showing in UV light, and they were asking if there was anything new on. I may have squealed rather loudly when Clovis was talking to me about this.
I decided I was either going to talk about that or some of the more modern stuff I was doing with Deborah, and I sort of went that route. Mushrooms, so there's something called fluoresce, which is different than bioluminesce. So fluoresce means something is taking in UV light. So UV is a part of the natural light spectrum. So it's part of sunlight, but we can't detect it with our eyes. So it takes in UV, it transforms it, and it readmits it as visible light, which looks like it glows in the dark when you press a UV light. So it's basically you're at a rave in the mid-90s. Not that any of us would admit to doing that, but that's kind of the idea. And so you can do that with mushrooms, and you can do that with mushroom dyed fiber. And I know that some people have used UV light on plants to look at some of the historical dyeing of plants. And the reason to use light is that it's it doesn't destroy the fibers, right? It's just shining a light for a very small amount of time on historical textiles. So it's a better way to go than the chemical analysis route. But nobody, as far as I know, is using UV light to look at mushroom and lichen use. And so one of the things I am interested in is using that on some of the old Coast Salish blankets. And so one of the things I talked about in the Sisters interview, or the Sisters Laurel interview, is that I showed you kind of a close up of the blanket that's got the red and the blue. And I had them shine a UV light on the red, and it shifts. What happens to those fibers when you shine a UV light is the same thing that happens to those fibers dyed with those red Cordonarius mushrooms. The same shift happens. So I'm wondering if that's evidence that it is Cordonarius mushrooms that they were used to dye in that blanket. And so now we're looking at possibly publishing that with what's called the Museum of Anthropology. So out here, there's a big university called UBC. And there's the Museum of Anthropology, which is sort of houses a lot of the indigenous items. And so there's a textile curator there who's interested in partnering with me. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. And so I could have gone into that, and maybe I could do that in a future talk if there was a lot of interest. But you've got to be careful because modern dyes also fluoresce. So you've got to use it for textiles are pre-modern dyes, or else things get a bit off the rails, if you will. So there's a whole other area we could look at. Yeah.
Okay.
And to tie it back to the SCA, the person who did that for me at the museum, she's a Laurel in the SCA, and they have finished age textiles that are red, and she wants to use that same process to see if they use the same red because they have the same mushrooms there. So it all comes back to the SCA one way or another.
We had somebody else who was asking if you had talked about seaweed. Have you dabbled in seaweed as well as to the land?
Yeah. The only book, there was a lady, I think in the 50s and 60s, who lived in Alaska. And so there's a book, I don't have it in front of me. She died with seaweeds. And so she covers seaweeds. But again, they're going to be seeds of the Bering and Chukchi Sea. They're not the seaweeds we have off here. So she has done some of that work. As far as I know, no one's really using seaweed off of the coast here that's sort of publishing it or blogging about it. That's not to say that you can't. And I've had the question from a couple of elders here if anyone is dying with sea urchins. And the answer is I don't know of anyone doing sea urchins, but I kind of want to try sea urchin dyeing now. So that might be a thing to try out.
Okay.
I dabble in mushrooms, and when I go and I hunt mushrooms, I know very precisely what I am picking before it ever approaches my mouth or one of my pants.
Yeah, I kind of think there's 4 things you should know. You should know what your mushroom looks like what are its characteristics versus other mushrooms. You should know what it grows on. You should know what it smells like, and you should know what ones that look like it but are poisonous are. Yes. And if you've got those 4 things happening, go for it. And there's good things, and I don't want to scare people. There's now it's chanterelle season, and if you harvest chanterelles and dry saute them and add a little butter and garlic, they're just super tasty. Right. They're great with scrambled eggs. There's lots of good stuff.
Yeah, I've also, from more experienced mushroom hunters, I've heard the thing that you want to do first is figure out the ones that are deadly poisonous and learn the ones that look like it. Yeah. Because you're probably better off until you're an expert mushroom hunter, avoiding the ones that even remotely like.
And the other thing to keep in mind is that different cultures have different definitions of what's an edible mushroom. So, for example, a lot of Eastern European cultures collect a lot of mushrooms, and there might be some intestinal distress, and it's fine. So if someone's like, yeah, it's fine to eat, ask some questions because
it was tasty enough.
There's things that might be acceptable to them that might not be acceptable to you, if you catch my drift.
If I remember right, What the Rain Brings, the mushroom field guide, it does go over whether or not it's deadly, whether or not it'll cause gastrointestinal distress, or whether or not it's edible. So,
I've got a question. Somebody at one point on the mushroom lichen Facebook group said that the ones that are white and gilled don't really do much as far as dyes, so just pretty much ignore them. Do you know that? Have you found any that do stuff or
white gills? Not for dyeing. But some things that are white and boring will give you bright colors. For example,
Okay.
white coral mush, like Ramaria. Weirdly enough, the colored Ramaria, which comes in like pinks and different colors, doesn't do anything. But the really boring white and beigey one will give you purple.
Yeah, but they're not guild though. So
No.
like,
But I'm just kind of giving you an example. I
So
can't
it
think
was
of the top
like-
of my head of a single. But that's the weird thing. It might be that if that's assumption means people aren't trying.
Because I
There's
kind of
lots of
ignore
mushrooms that people
I
wanna try.
ignore them anyway, which means that you're ignoring all the poisonous agaricus and stuff.
Oh,
And they're-
totally, yeah.
Like I look
And-
for the weird ones, like
Yeah.
the Dyer's polypore. So, God,
Yeah,
I love me.
I don't. There's nothing with white gills that I pick for color.
I love me some Dyer's polypore.
Yeah. It's been a good year for them too.
Oh, and then another question is, I have yet to find any reference that is for moss that doesn't end up being a lichen or a club moss. But I'd be interested to know if the Coast Salish have any mosses they've used that are actual mosses. Because
I don't know.
That's a little like
I also-
soapbox pet peeve I sometimes get on.
I also, to be honest with you, I work closely with Coast Salish weavers and dyers, and I don't really have I don't have permission to talk about that side of things.
That's
I've
fair.
tried to keep it really general. In terms of the club moss, we know that the Vikings use club moss as a source of aluminum.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of club moss here. And we have the old blankets have tested positive for aluminum. Is that where the aluminum comes from? I don't know, but I would be interested in looking at that from an analysis perspective. No one has looked at, we have, the only thing they've looked at with the blankets is presence of metals. And that's all that we have. So we know that they test positive for aluminum and iron and surprisingly tin, though we don't know why or how tin is possible, but it is. They're there. We know it. So I don't, in terms of moss uses and traditional uses of mosses and stuff, I don't, that's not something that I would comment on.
Okay. It's just every once in a while, like somebody mentions it and then I'm like always, then there's a picture, but it's always a lichen.
Yeah,
So
fair enough.
It's been like my little soapbox.
Totally fair.
I've got a question about the Ramaria.
Yeah.
You said that you can't store it, dry it, etc. Can
Mhm.
you process it, and is the dye stable after it's processed?
You can't, you can't process it. Like you just,
Can you
So
put it
what
in a dye pot and then say, will the dye be stable? And
oh, I
if
see.
you-
Sorry. Yeah, it's a stable dye. I mean, relatively speaking, it's a stable dye. It's
Okay,
much more
cool.
stable than Tapanella. So if you're dyeing, if you're going in the woods and there's Ramaria out, so coral mushrooms are really hard to identify down to species, but Ramaria is the really beefy one. Like it's like substantial coral. If you get that and it's like a white, very pale beige, that's the right one. You don't want colored tips or anything like that. And you at home, you want to have pre-mordant iron. It needs to be pre-mordant with iron. And then you can simmer that in the pot. And I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't got a lot of purples. I've gotten a lot of browns and I'm working on it because I've seen photos of people using it and gotten a lot of purples. I talked to Alyssa Allens. I'm like, what am I doing wrong? And she thinks that I haven't collected quite enough Ramaria because I've tried to be really conservative with what I collect. But she suggested that I try a higher quantity of Ramaria, and if that makes the difference to get into the purples.
Okay, because it's coming up all over in Seebeck right now.
Okay.
Just starting up. I could collect a good bunch of it, but I'm drying everything, and if it doesn't dry, it's kind of pointless unless
It
I
won't.
can.
Yeah, it's the, as far as I know, it's the exception to the rule. You can't dry it or freeze it; it won't work.
But if
So-
I could put it in boiling water, extract the dye, and then just cap that, would that work?
I don't know. That's a good question for Alyssa.
All right, I'll do that.
Sorry,
I've heard
Erin.
also sometimes even if you collect it fresh, it doesn't do anything. Like maybe it's dried out in the woods, before you pick it
Mhm.
too much or something. It's just so variable.
And I was also reading that for some of the Ramaria, you need to actually have it under the microscope to really get down to the taxonomy. So I could easily have not quite the right one. So
Mushrooms are
it could be that more work is needed. But it's one of those things I've got it going and I'm gonna get my purple. I'm trying.
Yeah, I want to give you a big thank you because last year I started walking in the woods looking for fungus, and I've been a biologist all my life and never focused on fungus.
No.
We live in the most incredible place for fungus.
It's true. It's amazing. It's totally like I'm much into birding, and I've been birding for most of my life, and I have my life list, and I look out, it's something, you know, rare pops up in the rare bird alert, I'm out. But I never really looked at mushrooms. And so like in British Columbia, we have 3,500 species, and we're being, you know, there's probably more like 7,000. We just don't know it. And there's so much diversity. People around the world who love mushrooms are jealous we get to live here because the mushrooms are so good and we get to go out all year. Other places, especially parts of Canada, are under snow. The mushrooms are done, and we get to, you know, go into January and still do mushrooms. So we're very lucky. I totally agree with you. It's completely changed how I walk through the woods.
I'm just super excited to meet you because apparently all of our mutual friends thought we already knew each other.
Sounds good.
Because they're like, oh, you don't know her? You're going to have geek out times. Well,
Yeah,
yes,
sounds
totally.
good.
You talk a lot about using alum or like iron as a mordant,
Mhm.
but are there like any other that maybe aren't like medieval or natural, but like something more modern and easier accessed?
Okay. It depends what you're going for. Some things you don't need a mordant for at all. You don't need metal at all. Some of these lichens and some of the mushrooms, for example, a tapenella is one that's out right now that gives you a purple. You can dry it. You don't want anything. You just want pure wool. You don't want it processed in any way. So if you're wanting to avoid metals, I would get much more into the lichen dyeing. Lichens don't need a lot of mordants. You can you can avoid it altogether if you want to. But if you want kind of the full gambit of colors available to you, you probably will need to look at mordants. There's a few different metals you can use. There's about sort of 5 or 6, but some of them are quite toxic. Like chrome is quite toxic. And so I wouldn't recommend, a lot of shops won't sell it. I think you can still buy it, but I wouldn't recommend working with it. Whereas if you work with alum, which is what has the aluminum, it's actually food safe. It's what you use to pickle cucumbers. So you can actually get alum in the supermarket. So that's a really good one. And generally stuff that's you've pre-mordant with alum, you'll get the color that's in the pot. So whatever color the dye vat is, that's the color you'll get on your fiber. Whereas if you use iron, it goes much, much darker. If you use copper, it goes kind of much more green. So you can kind of, the metal that you use kind of dials in different colors depending on what you want. I'm not sure if that answers your question though.
Oh no, that completely answers my question. Thank
okay,
you.
good.
Then I actually have another question.
Okay, go for it.
For a boiling method, how much would keeping the heat regulated mess with the color outcome?
That's a great
Or would
question. That's a great question. And I'll answer it from a historical perspective. A lot of new research into historical textile dyeing is moving away from heat and going more with cold dyeing. So a lot of the research coming out is saying, and there's a Laurel in the SCA named, she's in my friends list, Mervy. And then so she's with the Finnish National Museum. So she's just doing cold dyeing, and it's incredible the colors that she's getting. So that's one thing, is that from an SCA perspective, it might be because heat was hard to get. Like you had to process that wood, and then whatever you were dyeing with, you couldn't use it for anything else. Like it's inhibitive to some of these cultures, right? For some things are more sensitive to temperatures than others. So especially when you get into the reds and purples, if you boil that, usually if you get above sort of 90 degrees Celsius, whatever that is in Fahrenheit, it'll start denaturing. So madder you can get madder and it gets red, but if you boil that, you will get brown. And if you do the yellows, often they'll just go into a beigey color. So when I'm doing dyeing, I usually keep it around 70 to 80 degrees Celsius, whatever that is in Fahrenheit. And just enough, you kind of want it simmering. So you can have kind of a couple bubbles. You can kind of have it where there's motion, but you don't want it to boil. And so I kind of get it there and I give it an hour, and then I add my fiber and another hour. Another thing you can do with lichens that you can't do with mushrooms is stack the dye. which means that if you have lichens going and your fiber, heat for an hour, heat for another, like heat for an hour, cool, heat for an hour. If you keep doing that, you're going to darken the colors. Whereas mushrooms, you kind of, after an hour, that's the color you're going to get. It doesn't really darken. You can kind of leave fibers overnight, and I tend to leave my fibers in overnight, but that's kind of what you're going to get. So play around with it. A good rule of thumb is don't let it boil. And the only exception really that I know is cochineal, which is that's the scale insect from southeastern US. It's such a good, great concentrated dyer. You can boil the crap out of that, and it's just impervious to temperature, really. But then you get in trouble with your fiber. Your fiber will start felting out too. So
I actually experimented with cochineal at one point, and that one was a lot of fun when it comes out to color output. I really like that one.
A fun thing to do with cochineal too, it varies wildly by pH. So if you have a few skeins in, you can pull one out, add some, shift the pH. You can add some ammonia or some vinegar, and you'll get a completely different color. And you can kind of pull things out and get a huge range from the same pot. There's some fun things you can do with cochineal for sure.
I have a quick question for you. Other than Rainbow Beneath My Feet,
yeah.
Do you have other mushroom and lichen dyeing books that you
like
to use?
There is another one, but again, it's older. Her last name is Rice. Miriam Rice, I think. She's a guide. It's okay. She was sort of the original. She's sort of the mother of modern mushroom dyeing in the Pacific Northwest. Alyssa Allens is writing a book that'll be out hopefully at some point soon. There's a Swedish book, and unfortunately it's in Swedish, but it lays things out beautifully, and they have the same species there. And so I've ordered it, and it's kind of what a lot of people are using, because the photos are good enough that you don't need to understand the Swedish to use it.
If you have a smartphone, your phone will translate it.
So there you go. That's it. I can pass on the name of that. But that's kind of the book. That's kind of what Alyssa Allens has recommended people use, and so I think Uncle will probably sort of eke on by until Alyssa's book is ready.
Okay, well, I know that you have small children that probably need to go to bed soon. I know that we're going to go hassle ours in a minute. So
beautiful.
Yeah. So if there are any other questions, what I'll say at this point, so you can go put the small ones to bed. If there are questions, if people want to direct them to us, we can contact you. And also,
we're gonna be in contact.
We'll be sending you pictures and say, but what about this?
Yeah, no, sounds good.
But yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll have information posted in the YouTube notes. And this has been a really fabulous class. Thank you so much for
thank you so much.
Yeah, it would be easy to be like, no, continue for another 4 hours. I have more questions. But yeah.
And maybe we'll springtime Encore class for spring dyeing.
I'd love to come down when that's possible. One thing I have here, if you're interested, it might not be interested. There's a video. They did like a 5-minute documentary of the mushroom dyeing. So if anyone wants a little video, it's only 5 minutes. I'll post it here in the. So there's a little YouTube that they did at the museum, local museum, on mushroom dyeing and stuff. So there you go.
I'll link that in the YouTube description too.
Yeah. Perfect. So I saw somebody ask. So these go up under the Barony of Terra Pomaria. We have our own channel, so yeah, those will go up there. But yeah, thank you. I have been excited about the possibility of us getting to have this class since you told me about your interview.
Oh, wonderful! Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me on. It's really fun.
Yeah, marvelous. Well, we look forward to meeting you in person someday. And yes, I believe I should close with a quote from a calendar that one of my coworkers gave me, which was, "There are old mushroom hunters and there are bold mushroom hunters, but there are no old, bold mushroom hunters."
I love it. It's true. Okay, thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you. We'll see.
God Rest Ye Frantic Autocrat by Master Tivar and Lord Moondragon. God rest ye frantic autocrat, let nothing you dismay. Remember that your great event is still a month away. Don't panic yet, there's lots of time, and don't get swept away. And sing ye in chorus never again, never again. And sing ye in chorus never again. God rest ye frantic autocrat, let nothing you dismay. Remember that your great event is still 2 weeks away. The sight is grand, though if it rains it just might wash away. And sing thee in chorus never again, never again. And sing thee in chorus never again. God rest ye frantic autocrat, let nothing you dismay. Remember that your great event is still 3 days away. The feast is planned, the food's been bought, though God knows how you'll pay. And sing thee in chorus never again, never again. And sing thee in chorus never again. God rest ye frantic autocrat, let nothing you dismay. Despite the fact your great event is scheduled for today. The tourney's grand, the rain won't last for very long, they say. And sing thee in chorus never again, never again. And sing thee in chorus never again. God rest ye frantic autocrat, let nothing you dismay. Despite the fact that everything is going wrong today. The king and queen came unannounced, and who knows who else may. And sing thee in chorus never again, never again. And sing thee in chorus never again. God rest ye frantic autocrat, let nothing you dismay. The herald's lost his voice and can't even cry oyez. The Listfield's underwater, a tornado's on its way. And sing thee in chorus never again, never again. And sing thee in chorus never again. God rest ye frantic autocrat, let nothing you dismay. The ants have eaten half the food and dragged your tent away. Some mundane called the cops and they took all the knights away. And sing thee in chorus never again, never again. And sing thee in chorus never again. God rest ye frantic autocrat, let nothing you dismay. It's getting cold, it just might snow, you better start to pray. The fire won't start, the food will spoil, well serve it anyway. And sing thee in chorus never again, never again. And sing thee in chorus never again. God help ye frantic autocrat, you'd better run away. The queen is mad, her tent and king have both been washed away. It might be wise to change your name and quit the SCA. And sing thee in chorus never again, never again. And sing thee in chorus never again. God help ye frantic autocrat, now hide ye still while still may. The gentry loved that damned event that ended yesterday. They're asking for another one, the king hopes you'll obey. And they're singing in chorus, do it again, do it again. And they're singing in chorus, do it again.
I'm Purnell. I'm going to play Greensleeves, first as a solo and then as one of 3 players. Thank you, technology. Cross your fingers on that one. And here we go. All right, now the tricky part. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Thanks.
Flower of the Desert. One cold winter's evening, I stopped at an inn. I met a bold captain, a leader of men. He asked me to join him, for he was alone. And as we sat drinking, he spoke of his home. O flower of the desert, full well may you boast, proud father of kingdoms, from mountain to coast. The land of the phoenix, your works have been felt. O flower of the desert, Etenveld. When I was a young man, and still in my prime, the years stretched before me, I had plenty of time. But now I'm an old man, and numbered my days. But I think on my homeland, that seems so far away. O flower of the desert, full well may you boast, proud father of kingdoms, from mountain to coast. The land of the phoenix, your works have been felt. O flower of the desert, Etenveld. I follow the wars now, for many a year. Rolled plenty of wenches, drunk an ocean of beer. Lived my life to the fullest, as a soldier must do. But I'd trade it all freely for the Etenveld blue. O flower of the desert, full well may you boast, proud father of kingdoms, From mountain to coast, the land of the phoenix, your works have been felt, O flower of the desert, Atenveldt. The fire died to embers, he drank steadily on. When I woke in the morning, the captain was gone, but I think on his story wherever I bide. Such a beautiful kingdom to inspire such pride. O flower of the desert, full well may you boast, proud father of kingdoms, from mountain to coast. The land of the phoenix, your works have been felt, O flower of the desert, Atenveldt. O flower of the desert, Atenveldt. Agincourt. I left my home to take the coin, King Henry's army for to join. A knightly fee I seek to hold, a belt to wear and spurs of gold. 2 accolades has King Henry, just one would be enough for me. So off we ride from keep and town, to win my king a second crown. For God, St. George, and King Henry, I brought my men across the sea. Honor and right we're fighting for. I'll win my spurs at Agincourt. I've brought and trained 9 armed men, and bowmen steady 10 by 10. We've taken ship and come to land, on Normandy's green earth we stand. 100 years of war we've known, our king denied his second throne. We'll beard the lion in its den, and show the worth of Englishmen. For God, St. George, and King Henry, I brought my men across the sea. Honor and right we're fighting for. I'll win my spurs at Agincourt. To Harfleur town we laid the siege, but little could I help my liege. My men are sick, the river swells, how long must me bide here in hell? Then Holland's men assay the gate, defended bravely but too late. Our guns are brought to breach the wall, and by surrender Harfleur falls. For God, St. George, and King Henry, I brought my men across the sea. Honor and right we're fighting for. I'll win my spurs at Agincourt. King Henry stands in armor clad, and though we fear, our hearts are glad. He calls us brothers, happy few. I may die, my liege, but I'll not shame you. At last the French are camped in sight, with battle planned for morning's light. The minstrels sing with all their breath, the priests prepare our souls for death. But defeat I cannot reckon by, a prisoner I, my men to die. So I ask forgiveness from the Lord, so take my soul and bring my sword. For God, St. George, and King Henry, I brought my men across the sea. Honor and right we're fighting for. I'll win my spurs at Agincourt. The Duke of York my men will guard, with bowmen in the archer's yard. No man may make it back alive, for each we have, the French have 5. The battle's joined, the arrows fly, the French on horse attack hard by. A mighty press, the Duke is down, what price to pay for Henry's crown? What miracle my eyes have spied, our valiant archers turn the tide. Before them each a sharpened stave, from charging horse their life to save. The charge falls back on their own ranks, with arrows in their horses' flanks. The wounded mounts run mad with pain, the French line breaks, their plans in vain. With English might the French are pressed, King Henry fights like one possessed. The Duke will never rise again, it falls to me to lead our men. With rallied cry our van attacks, the archers join with sword and axe. With banners high we meet the fray, and against all odds we win the day. For God, St. George, and King Henry, I brought my men across the sea. Honor and right we're fighting for. I'll win my spurs at Agincourt. To London town and songs of praise, in victory we proudly raise the banner of St. George's Cross to cries of Deo gratias. But now I ride for my own lands, to serve the King as he commands, to prove the faith he's placed in me with grace and might and chivalry. For God, St. George, and King Henry, we won a mighty victory, and I return a squire no more. I won my spurs at Agincourt. For God, St. George, and King Henry, I brought my men across the sea. But I return a squire no more. I won my spurs at Agincourt. The Massacre at Glencoe. And cruel is the snow that sweeps Glencoe and covers the grave of Donald. And cruel is the foe that raped Glencoe and murdered the house of MacDonald. They came in a blizzard, we offered them heat, a roof for their heads, dry shoes for their feet. We wined them and dined them, they ate all our meat, and slept in the house of MacDonald. And cruel is the snow that sweeps Glencoe and covers the grave of Donald. And cruel is the foe that raped Glencoe and murdered the house of MacDonald. They came from Fort William with murder in mind. The Campbells had orders King William had signed. Put all to the sword, these words underlined, leave no one alive called MacDonald. And cruel is the snow that sweeps Glencoe and covers the grave of Donald. And cruel is the foe that raped Glencoe and murdered the house of MacDonald. They came in the night while our men were asleep, this band of Argyles, through the snow soft and deep. Like murdering foxes among helpless sheep, they slaughtered the house of MacDonald. And cruel is the snow that sweeps Glencoe and covers the grave of Donald. And cruel is the foe that raped Glencoe and murdered the house of MacDonald. Some died in their beds at the hands of their foe, some fled in the night and were lost in the snow. Some leapt to accuse him who struck the first blow, but gone was the house of MacDonald. And cruel is the snow that sweeps Glencoe and covers the grave of Donald. And cruel is the foe that raped Glencoe and murdered the house of MacDonald. And murdered the house of MacDonald. Wassail, Dragon's Lair. Wassail all over the town. Our toast it is white and our ale it is brown. Our bowl it is made from the white oak tree, where the wassailing bowl will drink to thee. And here's Starion of the grey goose shaft, whose skill with the lyre's but one of his craft, coin smithing, wind chimes, or arrow flinting. I say wassail to our good Baron. And here is to Chloe, our Baroness, whose organization and service impress. In combat her foes all die with great awe. To her I sing wassail, kapla! Wassail around Dragon's Lair, where we are still reeling from missing June fair. Yet we can still join and meet virtually. With a wassailing bowl I'll drink to thee. Wassail around on Tyr. I fear there's too much water round here. So let's have an ale or coffee or stout, whatever it takes to keep the damp out. And here's to the people and to a full keg to help us get through this ungodly plague that's kept us too far from the gathering hall. To you I sing Vivat the Dream, one and all. And here's to the minstrels and bards of on Tyr. I charge you to keep high our spirits all here. May the muse inspire and set your soul free. With a wassailing bowl I'll drink to thee. Wassail all over the town. Our toast it is white and our ale it is brown. Our bowl it is made from the white oak tree. With a wassailing bowl I'll drink to thee. With a wassailing bowl I'll drink to thee. With a wassailing bowl I'll drink to thee. Wassail!
Stop short of full to the brim. The blade over-sharpened soon becomes dull. Amass a hoard of gold and jade? No one can protect it. Claim wealth? And titles? Disaster will follow. Retire when the work is done. This is heaven's way.
Okay, I'm Aruntius of Biggleswade, and I'm going to play some music, dance music mainly, on my Gims horn. Thank you.
first thing I'm going to do, according to the recipe, is take the half-cooked capon, etc., which we're not going to do. Fry it a little in butter. So I put about a half a stick of butter into this large pot, and now I'm going to put the chicken in and let it saute a bit. So having got the chicken nice and brown in the lovely butter, and it smells great, the next thing it said to do was to remove the chicken and add the apples and onions. Now there was lots of nice drippings from this doing the chicken in the butter, and of course being thighs there was some fat as well, and so it made a very nice base here in which to saute the onions and apples. Now I did these in small chunks. The recipe says to slice the onions and to cut the apples into small quarters. What I did was, instead of doing the apples in slices, the onions in slices, which I find kind of stringy and difficult to eat, I chunked those about the same size pieces that I did the apples in. The author of the recipe has been dead for 400 years, and he's not going to give me any trouble about it, so I did that, and then it says to add the chicken back in and add the broth and wine. Well, that was fun. So, adding broth and wine means how much broth and wine? Well, that's up to you. You see, recipes from this period and from many before and many long after were not terribly specific about that. It's really more of a narrative than a modern recipe with an ingredient list and bullet points of directions. It really doesn't work that way. It's more of a, well, first you do this, then you kind of do that, and oh, don't forget to go back and put this in. It reads like the transcription of somebody describing how to make a dish. And that's okay, because if you're an experienced cook, you're used to that. And you think, oh, okay, well, I know how to do that. That's why we have to experiment with period recipes a lot of times, but that's part of the fun. And a nice thing about that is you learn a lot, and it's seldom so wrong that it's awful. And very often it's very, very good, even when you are just kind of getting started. So what I did with this was I added about a cup. This is some homemade chicken broth that I made the other day. And then I added about half as much wine, because it says that after the apples and onions and the chicken are together in the skillet, you add broth and wine. Well, how much broth and wine? Of what kind? Well, again, up to you. I added chicken broth because I made some chicken broth the other day. So there it is, and it's a chicken dish. I added some white wine because if I had used red, it probably would have turned the whole thing kind of a murky, unappetizing sort of color. So I used white. And it's not the greatest white in the world, but it doesn't have to be for this purpose. And the proportions and the amount are completely up to you. Because this is a dish that is called en potage, that usually implies something that's a little on the soupy side, with a considerable amount of liquid on it. But you can adjust that. If you like it drier, you can do that too. So I ended up about a cup and a half total liquid to this. And now it says to let it boil again. And that is what I'm doing. And it is boiling along, it's simmering rather nicely. And I will let you see how it is not terribly soupy, but a little. I think that's looking a little drier than I want, so I'm going to turn down the heat to pretty low. Thank goodness for camping gear. Add a little more broth and add a little more wine, because wine. Okay. Right. Okay. So now what? According to the recipe, it says, then put in saffron, sugar, cinnamon, nutmeg, pine nuts and let it simmer until it is well cooked. Okay, so what's first? Saffron. Saffron, as most of you know, is a very expensive spice, and I can understand why, because you get about 4 or 5 saffron strands per flower, and it takes an awful lot of flowers to make very much saffron. But this is a dish for the Prince Bishops of Liège, so I'm not going to steam. So I put a good pinch of saffron strands into my little saffron mortar and pestle here. This is very nice because it is brass. Saffron, as most of you probably have experienced, is a very pungent spice. It has a lovely flavor and aroma, but it's distinctly assertive. If you use a stone or a pottery mortar and pestle for saffron, it can be really difficult to get the color and the scent out later. So I stumbled upon this little brass one ages ago and it just works a treat. So put that and get some saffron in there. And I think we need some more after all. Okay, some more of the little saffron strands. There we go. Okay, turn that up just a bit. Stir that in. How much is enough, you ask? Well, this is where your nose comes in. You can taste, of course, at intervals if you like to, but I find that my nose works really well. If I'm getting the scent that I like, then it's probably enough. The mileage may vary. And I don't want to go overboard with this because there are some other rather assertive spices in here as well. So I'm going to add the saffron mostly just to give it a little color and to kind of let people know, hey, she used saffron in this dish. Wow. Very delicate little scent coming off of there, which is great. Okay, what next? It says sugar. Sugar. Well, sugar, as I expect a lot of you know, was a not inexpensive ingredient at this time. And using it in a dish usually meant using a bit of restraint. And I would do that anyway in this dish because of all of this. There's a lot of apples in here, and if you overdid it, it could get overly sweet. But we do definitely want some sugar because 1, status ingredient, 2, it's sweet. Who doesn't like sugar? And 3, it is also something under the humoral system of medicine, sugar was considered to be very, very good for you. And so, little sugar. So, and when I say a little sugar, I mean a little. We used it a lot more like, in this kind of a dish, you want to use it more like a condiment than an ingredient. It should be subtle. At least I think it should. And I'm making it. So, let's give it a little stir. I wish we had smell-o-vision. This is really smelling good. Okay, so I think I need my tasting spoon. How sweet is it? Here's a little more. And this is exactly how you do it. You do it until it tastes right to you for your tastes. If I was doing this for a feast, I would probably hold back a little bit because when you're catering to a lot of people, you're going to have a wide range of tastes, and I tend to try to not overwhelm anybody. It's a fine line between, doing something really interesting and something that's really blah, but that nobody thinks is terrible. It's difficult. But when you're just cooking for yourself, that's accordingly, obviously, completely up to you. So, we got that. Okay. So, next on the list is cinnamon. Oh, and I have something fun today. This is a piece of true cinnamon. See, big curly bark looking. because that's exactly what it is. It is bark. This is true cinnamon. Most of the cinnamon, in fact, the large majority of the cinnamon that you buy at the store is not true cinnamon. It's called cassia. And it's a long, long historical story, but the cassia that we mostly have now that we call cinnamon tastes very much like true cinnamon. But once you've tasted true cinnamon, it's hard to go back. It has a more delicate flavor. It still tastes like what we think of as cinnamon, but it has a much more delicate, almost floral kind of an aroma. And I've found that it doesn't stay fresh very long after you grind it. The oils seem to evaporate fairly quickly and it becomes kind of drab. So I'm going to use my magnificently period rasp here and microplane some cinnamon onto this dish. However, I'm not going to do it directly into the dish because accidents happen. And cinnamon is not something, even this more delicate cinnamon is not something that you want to overdo it with. So I'm going to use the rasp and grate some onto a plate. I'll show you here momentarily. What a beautiful scent. And as I believe we all know too, fresh ground spices are much more potent than the things that you get out of a jar from the store usually. And for that reason, add with care because it can be distinctly stronger and you may get more than you bargained for. So you see, it looks like, well, cinnamon because, well, that's what it is. But I can't describe the difference between this and commercial modern cassia. It's lovely. But when next we're able to meet in person, I would love to show you how it smells because it's very lovely and the taste is great too. So once again, I'm going to give this a small stir and we're going to see how it's doing as far as the seasoning goes. Again, up to you. Okay, I've decided that it needs a little more cinnamon. So I'm going to grate a little more here. Again, this has a more delicate, light scent and flavor than regular cinnamon does. So I might need a little more, but too much is too much. So again, be careful. Oh, yes, that's just right. Alrighty. So now we've done the saffron, the sugar, and the cinnamon. Next is nutmeg. Again, fresh is best. And again, fresh is stronger. So I'm going to do this rather carefully. I like nutmeg, but in this dish you can get a little much. So I'm going to once again do it not directly into the dish. Again, I wish I had smell vision. The scent in here is really getting very, very nice. It's about so much. And for nutmeg, I expect that will be a fine plenty. As you go, the sauce will begin to thicken up somewhat, partly because of the apples, I believe, maybe because of the sugar, maybe just evaporation. But again, depending on what soupy level you're aiming for, you might want to add some more liquid periodically. So I'm going to add just a little more now. Cheers. Okay, almost done. We've done the nutmeg, and now it's time for pine nuts. Pine nuts are the single most expensive part of this entire dish. They could be got at a lot of shops. Here in Dragon's Lair, they can be found in bulk at Winco and at Central Market, probably some other places as well. They are not inexpensive, but you don't need a great many of them either. And again, they add just a little definite kind of a tiny pine crunch to it, and it's a very delicate flavor. I love them personally. But one, they're expensive, and two, not everybody's a fan of lots of them. So I tend to try to keep it a little restrained. And again, if I were doing this for a feast for 75 or 100 people, this could turn into quite a budget item, so I like to keep it a little on the subtle side. And again, as many as you like. If you're a real fan, then pour them on. If you're not so much, or if you're feeling a little budget-minded, take it easy. Estimate that at about a quarter cup or so. Again though, that's completely up to you. Now you remember that we sauteed this chicken first, and it's been sitting here and simmering in this nice buttery, winey, brothy, stewy, yummy stuff for a long time now, relatively speaking. And it is boneless. So by now the chicken is completely cooked. And I'm simmering the pine nuts in here to give a little flavor. These will also add some interesting texture, though they crunch. Quite yummy. And the one last thing that I have not done is salt. Very often things were salted at the table. I will probably go ahead and add some salt here, just, again. You can do exactly as you please, but I like to add some salt as I cook, and then again, I can adjust it at the table if I like. So, strictly to your taste. This is a fairly simple dish, but it has a lot of bits to it. And it's interesting to cook, as in being kind of fun because there are some moving parts, but it's not complex. You'll notice that the cooking techniques that I have employed so far have been, well, I've peeled and chopped apples and onions. I unwrapped a package of chicken, which is very difficult. And I cooked some things in butter and added some liquid and added some spices and some pine nuts, and that's about it. There are no complicated procedures with this, and it's fairly quick. So, I think we can call it good. As always, the last step in the period dish is and serve it forth. And this is it. You can see the chicken, the apples and onions, and the pine nuts. It smells wonderful, and how I wish that all my friends could be here to share it with me. In any case, I will make sure the recipe is available in its entirety. And if you would like to try it, I hope you will. And in any case, a very happy Yule to everyone. And I look forward to seeing you in the new year.
My lords and ladies, pre-attend. First court of their excellencies, Chloe of Thera and Ariane.
Welcome. Welcome, everyone, to Dragon's Lair's virtual Yule. Rather than opening words, I have a song for you. It's true. It's true. The crown has made it clear. The weather must be perfect all the year. A law was made a distant moon ago here. July and August cannot be too hot. And there's a legal limit to the snow here in Camelot. Winter is forbidden till December and exits March the 2nd on the dot. By order, summer lingers through September in Camelot. 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 I know it sounds a bit bizarre, but in Camelot, Camelot, that's how conditions are. The rain may never fall till after sundown. By 8, the morning fog must disappear. In short, there's simply not a more congenial spot for happily ever aftering than here in Camelot. Dragon's Lair. Dragon's Lair. I know it gives a person pause, but in Dragon's Lair, Dragon's Lair, those are the legal laws. The snow may never slush upon the hillside. By 9 p.m. the moonlight must appear. In short, there's simply not a more congenial spot for happily ever aftering than here in Dragon's Lair. Dragon's Lair.
Thank you to our Baron for that joyous song, and again, welcome all who are here watching together and have enjoyed this day with us. Today has been a lovely day of music, entertainment, learning, and coming together apart. We've been honored by all those who have joined in today to teach, share, and learn. You have truly enriched us all by your presence. So much of how we come together as a barony has changed over this last year, and I'm grateful that we have been able to continue to share in each other's lives. We are looking forward to sharing so much more as we move forward into the new year.
Let all those champions wishing to swear an oath of fealty or service come forward now. Champions, bring forth the item you wish to swear on. Do you swear fealty or service to Chloe and Ariane, Baroness and Baron of Dragon's Lair, that whenever they marshal the forces of the barony, there shall you be to defend their excellencies, their cornets, and their barony?
I so
swear.
swear.
I so
swear.
I so swear. We accept your oath and swear to protect and defend you, your household, and all whom you hold dear.
And we thank you for supporting us and for supporting your barony.
A joyous noise for all the champions. Huzzah!
Huzzah!
Huzzah! Huzzah!
Huzzah!
Huzzah!
Let all those sergeants wishing to swear an oath of fealty or service come forward now. Bring forth the item you want. Do you swear fealty or service to Chloe and Ariane, Baroness and Baron of Dragon's Lair, that whenever they marshal the forces of the barony, there shall you be to defend their excellencies, their cornets, and their barony?
I so swear.
Right, and we accept your oath and swear to protect and defend you, your household, all whom you hold dear.
We thank you for supporting us and your barony.
That's all.
Joyous noise for the sergeants. Huzzah!
Greetings, everyone. I am Eileen Wintringham, and I am the new Arts and Sciences Minister, thanks to their new excellencies, Baroness Chloe and Baron Arian. And I am here to ask everyone to think about competing in Dragon's Lair's Arts and Sciences competition, which will be held on the 6th of February at our online Candlemas event. If you are interested at all in competing in either the Bardic or the Arts and Sciences section of the competition, please get your letter of intent in by December 15th. Yes, it's only a couple of days away, but you can send your letter of intent in, and if you can't compete, it's okay. You can back out, and that's all right. For information about being in a competition and how it will work and everything, please see the Dragon's Lair Arts and Sciences webpage online on the Dragon's Lair webpage, or the event webpage on the Kingdom calendar. Also happening at Arts and Sciences will be the annual Scholars Gathering. And if you're interested in that, the letter of intent is also the 15th of December. If you want to have your paper, help with your paper and so on, get your paper in by the 1st of January. If you don't need that help and you just want to enter your paper, the due date is the 15th of January. And that gives enough time for the other scholars to evaluate your paper, and then us to give you notice so you can get your presentation ready for the Candlemas gathering. That's basically what I have to say. And if you need any help with anything or want any information or any kind of, you have any questions or whatever, please contact me via email or via Facebook or whatever, and my contact information is on the baronial webpage, so you can go ahead and look there. Thank you very much, and I hope to see a lot of you at the Candlemas Arts and Sciences competition and at the scholars presentations. Bye.
A bright star has fallen from our skies. Malcolm Radcliffe of Nottingham has passed into the Summerlands. Being of Nottingham, he was an archer. He had a lovely Pacific yew longbow, which he gave to Stephen the Sinister, which Stephen then donated to the Kingdom of Antir, and it is now Kingdom Regalia for the Kingdom Protector. Rather than me go on about his qualities, I'm going to ask people who knew him, relatives and others, to speak instead. First, I'm going to ask Stephen the Sinister, and then Diana Cartier, and finally, Connor and Ely.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I did not know Malcolm too much before I joined the SCA, so I was unable to see him in his heyday with being able, his ability to volunteer. From what I hear, he did quite a bit and was awarded for his efforts. I met Malcolm later in his life, and he and his lovely wife, Anya, both showed me what could be done and what you could do even if you could not do a lot. He was there for help with Gold Key with Anya, and when he went to Ursumus, he was there and he volunteered. Even if it was just checking site tokens, it was seen and helped a lot. I wear 2 awards this evening for him. The first one is the Order of the Wyvern. I wear this for him because it shows that what you can do with all your heart, do with all your energy. Even if you're not rewarded, it is rewarding to yourself, and it shows that you can do just about anything. The other is from Aquaterra, the Silver Dolphin. Even when you're not in your own barony, in your home area, you can still help, you can still volunteer. That is what I have seen from him. That is what he has inspired me to do. Thank you.
My name is Lady Diana Cartier, and as most of you know, my twin sister was the Honorable Lady Anya McLaughlin, who left us just over 4 years ago. She and her husband, the Honorable Malcolm Radcliffe of Nottingham, were instrumental in bringing myself and my son Arcos Stephen the Sinister into the SCA. I knew that Malcolm and Anya had been very active with water bearing and all other manner of volunteering, and frankly I was very intimidated because I knew I was never going to be able to measure up to whom I was following, and I didn't want to let them down, and I didn't want to have them be disappointed in me. Because of my modern job at the time, I wasn't able to attend a lot of events, so I didn't really get to spend that much time with either Malcolm or Anya, and when I did have the time, it was rarely with Malcolm. So I really didn't know him that well and was kind of uncomfortable around him without Anya as a buffer, shall we say. After my sister left us, our family was thrust into Malcolm's life due to the health issues that he had, whether he wanted us there or not. Fortunately for us, he did want us there. We were able to spend time with him and get to know him better, and also take him to events with us. His favorite events were Ursumus, June Fair, and Yule Feast, and it was really hard on him emotionally when he couldn't go for whatever the reason. His last Yule Feast was 2 years ago, and he had a wonderful time. He wasn't able to attend Ursumus with Stephen and myself, and of course after that everything pretty much shut down. When he moved into the Washington Veterans Home, my family would spend our Sunday family days with him. We'd go there after church and have lunch with him, and then we'd play cards for a few hours and then eat dinner with him, and then we'd come home. I'd go and pick him up on as many Sundays as I could so that he could attend his own church in Silverdale. Then we would come back and meet up with Sarah, Stephen, and my grandson, his great-nephew, Michael, to play cards for a while and then eat dinner with him and then come home. I don't know how many times we threatened to quit going over there just so he could beat the pants off of us at cards. I never thought I would become as close to him as I did, and we enjoyed bringing him home to our house for Thanksgiving and Christmas so that he could have a change of scenery and just relax with us and all the dogs that would be running around our house. When physical visits at Retzel ceased, we started doing video visits, and we would spend as much time as we could and play Yahtzee together, with each of us having a set of dice to use. And once again, I threatened to not do video calls with him if he was just going to beat me at Yahtzee every time we played. Malcolm was a pleasure to be around, not only because we would spend all of our time teasing each other about what a pain he was as a brother-in-law or how bossy I was as a sister-in-law, but also because he was my connection to my sister that I never knew that I needed. I'll miss him terribly, but I know that he is no longer in any pain from all his medical issues, and I know that he's with his beloved wife, Anya, which brings me joy.
Hello, we'd like to talk a little bit about Malcolm. When we were Baron and Baroness, Malcolm was always there for the barony. Anya and the whole family were there for the barony. And when Anya passed, we didn't really think we'd be able to go on. But Malcolm was there, and he was always honest and trying to be the best that he could for the barony. And he was always, I think, part of the fabric of the barony, and we'll miss him.
Malcolm is probably one of the sweetest, kindest people I know. And I know that we, the SCA, the Barony of Dragon's Lair, are less for not having him with us. but we know that he's in good hands and that he and Anya are together again. We send our love and our support to his family, to Stephen and Diana, and to his household. We know you guys will miss him, because we know we will.
My lords and ladies, My lords and ladies, pre-attend. First court of their excellencies, Chloe of Thera and Ariane.
Welcome. Welcome, everyone, to Dragon's Lair's virtual Yule. Rather than opening words, I have a song for you. It's true. It's true. The crown has made it clear. The weather must be perfect all the year. A law was made a distant moon ago here. July and August cannot be too hot, and there's a legal limit to the snow here in Camelot. Winter is forbidden till December, and exits March the 2nd on the dot. By order, summer lingers through September in Camelot. 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 I know it sounds a bit bizarre, but in Camelot, Camelot, that's how conditions are. The rain may never fall till after sundown. By 8, the morning fog must disappear. In short, there's simply not a more congenial spot for happily ever aftering than here in Camelot. Dragon's Lair. Dragon's Lair. I know it gives a person pause, but in Dragon's Lair, Dragon's Lair, those are the legal laws. The snow may never slush upon the hillside. By 9 p.m. the moonlight must appear. In short, there's simply not a more congenial spot for happily ever aftering than here in Dragon's Lair. Dragon's Lair.
Thank you to our Baron for that joyous song, and again, welcome all who are here watching together and have enjoyed this day with us. Today has been a lovely day of music, entertainment, learning, and coming together apart. We've been honored by all those who have joined in today to teach, share, and learn. You have truly enriched us all by your presence. So much of how we come together as a barony has changed over this last year, and I'm grateful that we have been able to continue to share in each other's lives. We are looking forward to sharing so much more as we move forward into the new year.
Let all those champions wishing to swear an oath of fealty or service come forward now. Champions, bring forth the item you wish to swear on. Do you swear fealty or service to Chloe and Ariane, Baroness and Baron of Dragon's Lair, that whenever they marshal the forces of the barony, there shall you be to defend their excellencies, their cornets, and their barony?
I so swear.
I so swear.
I so swear.
We accept your oath and swear to protect and defend you, your household, and all whom you hold dear.
And we thank you for supporting us and for supporting your barony.
A joyous noise for all the champions. Huzzah!
Huzzah!
Huzzah! Huzzah!
Huzzah!
Huzzah!
Let all those sergeants wishing to swear an oath of fealty or service come forward now. Bring forth the item you You swear fealty or service to Chloe and Ariane, Baroness and Baron of Dragon's Lair, that whenever they marshal the forces of the barony, there shall you be to defend their excellencies, their cornets, and their barony.
I so swear.
Right, and we accept your oath and swear to protect and defend you, your household, all whom you hold dear.
We thank you for supporting us and your barony.
Huzzah.
Joyous noise for the sergeants. Huzzah!
Woo!
Greetings, everyone. I am Eileen Arda Winteringham, and I am the new Arts and Sciences Minister, thanks to their new excellencies, Baroness Chloe and Baron Arian. And I am here to ask everyone to think about competing in Dragon's Lair's Arts and Sciences competition, which will be held on the 6th of February at our online Candlemas event. If you are interested at all in competing in either the Bardic or the Arts and Sciences section of the competition, please get your letter of intent in by December 15th. Yes, it's only a couple of days away, but you can send your letter of intent in, and if you can't compete, it's okay. You can back out, and that's all right. For information about being in a competition and how it will work and everything, please see the Dragon's Lair Arts and Sciences webpage online on the Dragon's Lair webpage, or the event webpage on the Kingdom calendar. Also happening at Arts and Sciences will be the annual Scholars Gathering. And if you're interested in that, the letter of intent is also the 15th of December. If you want to have your paper, help with your paper and so on, get your paper in by the 1st of January. If you don't need that help and you just want to enter your paper, the due date is the 15th of January. And that gives enough time for the other scholars to evaluate your paper, and then us to give you notice so you can get your presentation ready for the Candlemas gathering. That's basically what I have to say. And if you need any help with anything or want any information or any kind of, you have any questions or whatever, please contact me via email or via Facebook or whatever. And my contact information is on the baronial webpage, so you can go ahead and look there. Thank you very much. And I hope to see a lot of you at the Candlemas Arts and Sciences competition and at the scholars presentations. Bye.
A bright star has fallen from our skies. Malcolm Radcliffe of Nottingham has passed into the Summerlands. Being of Nottingham, he was an archer. He had a lovely Pacific yew longbow, which he gave to Stephen the Sinister, which Stephen then donated to the Kingdom of Antir, and it is now Kingdom Regalia for the Kingdom Protector. Rather than me go on about his qualities, I'm going to ask people who knew him, relatives and others, to speak instead. First, I'm going to ask Stephen the Sinister, and then Diana Cartier, and finally, Connor and Ely.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I did not know Malcolm too much before I joined the SCA, so I was unable to see him in his heyday with being able, his ability to volunteer. From what I hear, he did quite a bit and was awarded for his efforts. I met Malcolm later in his life, and he and his lovely wife, Anya, both showed me what could be done and what you could do even if you could not do a lot. He was there for help with Gold Key with Anya, and when he went to Ursumus, he was there and he volunteered. Even if it was just checking site tokens, it was seen and helped a lot. I wear two awards this evening for him. The first one is the Order of the Wyvern. I wear this for him because it shows that what you can do with all your heart, do with all your energy. Even if you're not rewarded, it is rewarding to yourself, and it shows that you can do just about anything. The other is from Aquaterra, the Silver Dolphin. Even when you're not in your own barony, in your home area, you can still help, you can still volunteer. That is what I have seen from him. That is what he has inspired me to do. Thank you.
My name is Lady Diana Cartier, and as most of you know, my twin sister was the Honorable Lady Anya McLaughlin, who left us just over 4 years ago. She and her husband, the Honorable Malcolm Radcliffe of Nottingham, were instrumental in bringing myself and my son Arcos Stephen the Sinister into the SCA. I knew that Malcolm and Anya had been very active with water bearing and all other manner of volunteering, and frankly I was very intimidated because I knew I was never going to be able to measure up to whom I was following, and I didn't want to let them down, and I didn't want to have them be disappointed in me. Because of my modern job at the time, I wasn't able to attend a lot of events, so I didn't really get to spend that much time with either Malcolm or Anya, and when I did have the time, it was rarely with Malcolm. So I really didn't know him that well and was kind of uncomfortable around him without Anya as a buffer, shall we say. After my sister left us, our family was thrust into Malcolm's life due to the health issues that he had, whether he wanted us there or not. Fortunately for us, he did want us there. We were able to spend time with him and get to know him better, and also take him to events with us. His favorite events were Ursula's June Fair and Yule Feast, and it was really hard on him emotionally when he couldn't go for whatever the reason. His last Yule Feast was 2 years ago, and he had a wonderful time. He wasn't able to attend Ursula's with Stephen and myself, and of course after that everything pretty much shut down. When he moved into the Washington Veterans Home, my family would spend our Sunday family days with him. We'd go there after church and have lunch with him, and then we'd play cards for a few hours and then eat dinner with him, and then we'd come home. I'd go and pick him up on as many Sundays as I could so that he could attend his own church in Silverdale. Then we would come back and meet up with Sarah, Stephen, and my grandson, his great-nephew, Michael, to play cards for a while and then eat dinner with him and then come home. I don't know how many times we threatened to quit going over there just so he could beat the pants off of us at cards. I never thought I would become as close to him as I did, and we enjoyed bringing him home to our house for Thanksgiving and Christmas so that he could have a change of scenery and just relax with us and all the dogs that would be running around our house. When physical visits at Retzel ceased, we started doing video visits, and we would spend as much time as we could and play Yahtzee together, with each of us having a set of dice to use. And once again, I threatened to not do video calls with him if he was just going to beat me at Yahtzee every time we played. Malcolm was a pleasure to be around, not only because we would spend all of our time teasing each other about what a pain he was as a brother-in-law or how bossy I was as a sister-in-law, but also because he was my connection to my sister that I never knew that I needed. I'll miss him terribly, but I know that he is no longer in any pain from all his medical issues, and I know that he's with his beloved wife, Anya, which brings me joy.
Hello, we'd like to talk a little bit about Malcolm. When we were Baron and Baroness, Malcolm was always there for the barony. Anya and the whole family were there for the barony. And when Anya passed, we didn't really think we'd be able to go on. But Malcolm was there, and he was always honest and trying to be the best that he could for the barony. And he was always, I think, part of the fabric of the barony, and we'll miss him.
Malcolm is probably one of the sweetest, kindest people I know. And I know that we, the SCA, the Barony of Dragon's Lair, are less for not having him with us. But we know that he's in good hands and that he and Anya are together again. We send our love and our support to his family, to Stephen and Diana, and to his household. We know you guys will miss him, because we know we will.